Good morning, traders. Anthony Cardelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live here on this Tuesday morning. Big earnings week, lot to talk about. Joining me in studio, our senior economist, Tracy Shukar. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Sporting the vest today. Show that thing off, man. That thing is tight, man.
Yeah. Looks good.
And then Jimmy Cagnita with the LA Dodgers hat. He's also known as senior market strategist in these parts. Dude, if you stayed up for that whole game last night, like seriously, 18 innings. Like I woke up this morning, I was like, what?
I couldn't do it, Deli. But if there's any doubt whatsoever that Shohei Ohtani is not the greatest baseball player of all time, 4 hits and 5 walks on 9 at-bats, no one wants to even pitch to the guy. It was a great, great game.
It was, I know, I made it to the 10th inning, and I know that I was like looking at it going, this guy is just unbelievable. I mean, he is unbelievable. I mean, when they threw I'm slipping my mind right now, the relief pitcher, he comes in and you hear they give the talk to him, right? They threw an inside pitch to him last time that he took out of the park. They throw one right down the pipe, and the dude just smashed it. I was like, this guy is unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was so fun to watch.
But Mr. Clutch, Freddie Freeman, why you pitch to that guy in the 18th inning? I mean, he's always clutch at the end of the game, and boom, he wins it. It was awesome.
Yeah, I didn't even see who won it yet, but that was wow. What an amazing what a game, and it went to the wee hours of the morning. That was the most exciting part of probably last night. Not a ton to talk about this morning, but let's get to Shy in the news.
Yep. So Trump is in Asia right now. Had a amazing meeting with Takehashi, the leader of Japan, and the big news this morning is they signed all sorts of deals on rare earths, nuclear power tie-ups. There's kind of this nebulous pledge for Japan to fund $55 billion in U.S. projects that they talked with the prior administration. Nobody really understood where that was going to go exactly. But we have a little more clarity on it, sort of. We have deals with Westinghouse for nuclear reactors up to $100 billion. GE. Vernova and Hitachi for energy up to $100 billion, Bechtel for energy up to $25 billion, SoftBank up to $25 billion, NuScale and extra energy, also nuclear, no price on that, to Bisha for AI infrastructure and Carbon Holdings for critical minerals. So all these big figures have been kind of yielded it around, and they've been talking about it, but there is no actual time frame on this. So, for right now, it's kind of big deals. We're throwing some numbers at it, but we don't really have any sort of time frame when these projects are expected to come to fruition. But that is the deal in Japan. Then we have market liquidity concerns, cloud, and Fed's balance sheet drawdown. Analysts are worried about the volatility rise in money markets and the Fed's standing repo facility liquidity tool. It's kind of signaling a rising tightness in what had been flush money market conditions. So a lot of analysts have come out from Deutsche Bank, for et cetera, and said we now expect FOMC to end QT next week. So we will, again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. We all know that, quarter point is already priced into the markets, but it's really all going to be about this announcement on QT. So that'll be a big deal tomorrow. And we have Joseph Wang tomorrow in the morning. So
I love Joseph
get to
Wang.
talk to him about it.
Guy.
Yeah. Then we have Sequoia Capital invest in an AI tool that could replace junior bankers. So they're talking about investing in Rogo Technologies. It's a startup that their tools basically do what a junior banking analyst does, and all the PowerPoint presentations and things of that nature. So kind of just another hint of AI maybe taking jobs. What's interesting, though, is that if they want to replace junior bankers, how do you get senior bankers if AI doesn't grow up to be a senior banker, so are they pricing themselves out of jobs? There's a lot of questions around that. Then we had another AI reduction. We have Amazon's going to cut 14,000 jobs as they tap AI to reduce costs. Then we had UPS also this morning stunned Wall Street with a strong profit, but 34,000 job cuts, which is 70% increase from its previous targets. So we are starting to see a lot of big layoffs. That's going to affect, obviously, the labor market. That could further down affect the economy, something to keep an eye on. We know the Fed is worried about the job market and kind of flying blind with, obviously, no numbers from BLS. Then we have the U.S. signed an $80 billion pact for nuclear reactors. They signed a deal with Westinghouse. The government signed an $80 billion deal with Westinghouse to build nuclear reactors with a partnership that involves Brookfield Asset Management and Cameco Corp. Cameco is up like 15% on this morning. Then we had Trump this morning. He's talking in Asia. He's going to meet with Xi on Thursday. He was talking about Bessent. He really wants Bessent for Fed chair, but Bessent doesn't want to do it. He likes Bessent because he soothes the markets.
He's very soothing.
He's soothing markets. And then Trump is also talking about beef prices this morning and said, I'll get beef prices down. Maybe ranchers are doing too well. He's talking about maybe doing a deal with Brazil. So we have Tommy Grisanti on this morning. We will talk to him about what's going on in the ag markets. We saw soy gap up on Monday on a possible China soy deal. And we've got Trump trying to talk down cattle prices, so lots to talk to him about this morning. And then last but not least, we have the Ontario Premier came out and said he's not sorry for the ad that infuriated Trump. He said, we have achieved our goal to make sure the conversation starts with the American people and their elected officials, and my goodness, it started all right. It's the best ad ever ran, I tell you.
Yeah. See here. Well, I was looking at this soy chart. If you've been long the soy cattle spread, you're doing pretty good. We're going to talk about that with Tommy. Craig, what caught your eye overnight?
It's the calm before the storm, I think, is what caught my eye. Markets are really pretty quiet ahead of tomorrow. Tomorrow's a big day. Tomorrow we get the Fed in the afternoon. We get Meta, Microsoft, and Google after the close. And then on Thursday, we get Apple and Amazon. So, and then Friday's month end, right? So we got an action-packed second half. And we get the Trump-Xi meeting on Thursday morning. Right. So an action-packed back half of the week, but pretty quiet overnight. I mean, gold again, silver again, precious, right? This has been something we've been talking about. Some of the unwind is continuing there. The highly correlated blow-off top moves that we've been seeing. We saw a little bit of that yesterday with some of the rare earth names getting hit and some of the crypto names getting hit, and so a lot of these bubble areas struggling. But Nasdaq was real strong over yesterday, and again this morning kind of outperforming again. So probably going to have more really more of the same today. I think quiet day, waiting for headlines for tomorrow. I think.
Yeah, I wrote in my note, it's what we call sharply unchanged. You got VIX sitting at lows. You got markets sitting near highs. I woke up this morning, I saw the S&P was up $3. I'm like, yeah. Equities are not the story right now. Again, I mean, they will be at some point this week, just not today. Again, all these earnings coming out, 45% of the S&P reporting this week. Let's go through the tape, and then we'll get to Jimmy. S&P is up $5 this morning, 69.13. We've got Nasdaq at just under 26,000, up $33. Russell's down 7. A little divergence in the indexes this morning. Russell's at 25.24, down $7, and the Dow is up 200 and change to 47,927. Oil, gas, both struggling a bit this morning. Natty gas down 2.25% to 390. You got crude oil down 1.25%, down to 60.60, so it's down 72 cents. Gold is down 80 to 39.39. I talked about this yesterday. If a gold got below my 39.95 area, I expect this leg to speed up again to the downside. What I think it's interesting about gold here is that the fact that the move is coming down as fast as it is, I almost wonder if we see like a V type bottom at some point, like the move just kind of just flushes. And here's the one thing, look at if you've been long gold, you're waiting for a reason to sell. You have a little bit of a technical breakdown. There's no change in the fundamental theme, but price drives people to do things. And right now it's one of those things where for day traders, it's going to be busy, but be careful buying the dip now as if you were selling the rally. You want to buy on the second on the right side of the V, and just don't be in a rush here. I think that you're going to get a lot of scalping action for short-term day traders, but don't be in a hurry to be a hero in that market. I will get to see what Jimmy thinks on technicals, but gold remains the busy story. Silver's down 27 cents to 46.65. 44 bid, man. I'm telling you, that's it. Physical, dump it to me at 44. Platinum 15.50, down 33 bucks. Platinum and silver also giving way. Again, I look at these as probably opportunities again. These themes don't end. We're only year one of the Trump administration. He wants weak dollar, strong crypto, strong stocks. I don't think those trends change easily. Yes, there are going to be moments like this, like where you see silver and platinum and gold pulling back. We'll see where they stop, but for medium to long term, I like them still bid. What's up, Shai?
Yeah, I mean, platinum from the overnight low is up $50.
Yeah.
So
just another, few percent. Then you've got bond market up modestly today. 10-year yields sitting at 3.98, just below 4%. Ultras are 123.17 in the bonds. 30s are just sitting right at 119. You've got the short end of the curve. Again, really not doing much. Again, the short end of the curve, why not stay bid? Especially hearing about these job declines. Hard not to see the bond market stay bid. If you're a day trader, I really like the buy side. Like any little dips right now in bonds and treasuries, to me, that's the play. I mean, that's what I like the most of everything on the tape, for sure. I mean, going to see 10-year yield in the mid threes? I think so. Yeah, I mean, that's what I see. And then you've got dollar relatively flat against everything, not doing much, but also I think that helps the equity story. The fact that the dollar market is quiet, the bond market is quiet, doesn't hurt equities. Jimmy, what came out at you at the tape overnight?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the 30-year Treasury bond market, and I'm getting deja vu all over again. I mean, look what happened last FOMC. We had a topping pattern, 5, 6, 7 days. We kind of topped out back here in this previous FOMC, September 17th at around 118 even. Again, now look at the pattern today. We have a topping pattern, 4, 5, 6, 7 days where we're topping out a little bit north at 119, 119.10, give or take, and we're kind of just staying there right now. So when I say deja vu all over it again, this is a real similar pattern from the last FOMC. But there's some couple points here that are interesting to me. That high wick, these target wicks oftentimes matter in this 18, 21, 30-second wick that we saw here is kind of my line in the sand, whether or not I want to be long or short. 8 AMAs are kind of sloping up nicely still. And we have a major area. This area of resistance is now support. This is a major area of support right at 118.04. So I think there is some wiggle room within this kind of consolidation range, at least until FOMC is done with business, and probably not till Thursday. Yields right now still north of 4.3. No, actually, let's see. Yeah, 4.5. Yeah, still north of 4.5% as of this morning. So we'll see. Yeah, it's looking real similar on the pattern here, Deli. I don't know that we're going to break down below that 118,000 though.
Yeah. Go to gold real quick, Jimmy. I just want to see what your thoughts are on the bigger picture. I know you're going to go over this in the Edge report as well, but take a look at gold just because to me, gold is the story this morning again. And when it comes to like market moving news, and it gave back a big chunk of this rally. Are we near anything important?
Yeah, I mean, look at the open interest, right? So open interest is getting smaller as this rally kind of runs out of steam, right? That means people are covering positions. And now last week, Open interest getting bigger, bigger, 10,000, 4,000, bigger and bigger. People opening new positions. Are they long positions or are they short positions? Well, I'm looking at the candles and I'm going to say they're probably short positions. So you see this rotation here, and I'm going to keep my eye on this open interest to see if anything changes right now. But right now I'm kind of bearish here. We're below that 61.8% retracement well, we're right at it actually. And in my mind, that's when we start talking a change from bullish to bearish. So we'll see. But look at that. The 8 EMA is going to cross under the 21. Maybe it's not looking pretty bright there. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm not technically this chart's screaming at me. It's like there's still some downside.
Yeah, when I get with Farm later, I'm going to talk about gold. 39.95 is pivot for me. If we don't hold above that today on a daily close, I think we're heading to 37.83. All the moving averages sloping up, but again, everyone's coming in right now that's been long. You've got a lot of positions that have been sit on for a while, and nobody wants to be the last one to sell. It gets into the end of the year, stocks are doing well. We'll see what earnings do. It's a cash raise again. That's what I see. I mean, I don't think it means too much in the scheme of things like, oh, the gold story's changing. Nothing's changed. Price changed the way that people's positions are going to be. I mean, that's it, so that's what it is.
Yeah, but the perma bulls are going to be looking for dips to buy. So they're going to be back in this thing, whether it's today or tomorrow, who knows, but they're going to be back in it.
Yeah, Shai.
Yeah, I mean, we even had the Bank of Korea come out today and say they are going to, the last time they purchased gold was 2013. They're looking to purchase gold again, the central bank.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And so the supply and demand is there. Craig, we've been talking about negative gamma. We went back to positive gamma. Talk to us just about this market environment and equities.
Yeah, I think what we have now is it's earnings season. So you have single stock dispersion, right? Companies reporting, beating, missing. Stocks are moving all over the place, but indexes are largely flat because we're in a modestly positive gamma regime again. So dealers are trading against the tape. There's been a ton of call buying, so dealers are suppressing kind of the overall magnitude of those moves. But idiosyncratic stocks are moving all over the place. And so you wind up having, yesterday you had Tesla up 3-4%, Google was up, but some of the other spec length names were down a lot, rare earth names were down, and other crypto names were down. And today we'll see similarly, UPS up 15%, Cameco up 12%, but you'll see some small cap names down. So a lot of that grind into tomorrow. I think VIX and volatility for tomorrow is very compressed. We've retraced more than all of the VIX move from the Trump's tweets on the 10th of October. And so now you're basically at the lows of the year for volatility for front month contracts for November and for December into what we talked about is a very heavy catalyst driven end of the week. And so, I think that'll be the determinant of the next move of the tape. But as we move into November, share buybacks come back. So we'll have some support there into the end of the year, particularly for big cap tech. They'll be back in there buying every single day. And so I expect the rotation back into NASDAQ out of some of the spec length stuff as we discussed yesterday. I think that's likely to continue, provided that the earnings, come through as expected. And so no reason to believe they won't, but, they've been outperforming for quite some time here. And tomorrow will be a huge day. And again, on Thursday, do these Mag 7 companies, can they beat the what are pretty high bars for their performance?
Shai, what are expectations this week for earnings?
So expectation, there's a lot on expectations, but everybody's supposed to outperform. I think what people are really going to be looking at is, all of these companies are spending a lot, it's a capital drain on these projects that haven't come to fruition yet. And so I think people will be really looking at those numbers because literally we've seen billions of dollars in capital expenditure, and again, these projects have not come to fruition yet, right? All these data centers, all this build out, there's a lot of deals going on, but I think people are going to be really watching those earnings to maybe see, are they slowing down a little bit? Are they, it's been, Meta in particular has just been cash outflow and not real inflows.
Massive investment they've been putting in. Well, look at their stock has gone up like how many? I don't even know what percentage it's going. I mean, I follow Meta, and I'm just like, this thing it's been on a complete, train ride higher. Talk about what should we be expecting this week? Like, what are the things that you're looking for?
Yeah, the street is growing mildly concerned about free cash flow, right? For these big companies, as the capex burden grows, the stories are changing. These used to be, stories where companies were generating tons of free cash flow growth, and now they're being forced to spend more money in order to grow. And so, to the extent that the capex growth is accelerating kind of more than the earnings growth, that's a concern for folks. People have also been concerned about some of the accounting around depreciation schedules, and which is really amplifying earnings at the the detriment of free cash flow, right? So that's something that people are focused on. And then with respect to the Fed, that's still important, right? I mean, we've priced in fully this cut for tomorrow. We priced in basically fully for the cut in December, and yet, look, inflation is not slayed, right? I mean, inflation is running 3%, and it's not 2%. And half the Fed was only looking for one cut for the rest of the year. So, we'll have to hear from Powell, how are they going to navigate without all this data, right? I mean, we're hearing about the headlines for job cuts, but really we don't have the aggregate data to really understand how slowly is the labor market falling, and is inflation really coming back down to to target here. So to the extent that the Fed tomorrow is a little bit more hawkish than expected, which I think is possible given how much is already priced, that could be a little bit of a concern for markets. I think there is an expectation as well for QT to end tomorrow.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, Powell mentioned it in a speech earlier this month. It really wasn't discussed, so much at the last meeting. It would make more sense for them to do it at the end of the year, at the December meeting, for January. But we'll see. So if there is disappointment if they don't announce the end tomorrow, but they say it's going to happen in January instead, maybe some mild disappointment there too. So I think that'll be important. And then lastly, on the Trump-Xi meeting, I mean, this is still probably the biggest deal. What constitutes a deal here? Are we really going to be removing tariffs or not? Are we going to be, removing some of these rare earth export controls or not? Is Trump going to say it's a great deal and China's going to say it's really status quo? I mean, this is something that happened back in 2018 when there was talk about this great deal, and then you woke up, 2-3 weeks later, and there was really no change. So,
At all.
Yeah. Shai, what are the big brain economists talking about in the chats? What are they all thinking about? What are they expecting this week?
So, I mean, really, everybody's really more concerned about the credit markets than anything else right now. They're not really talking about the Fed, to be honest, and they're more concerned about the credit markets and what's happening there, particularly with subprime auto and some of these other companies. So that's kind of the major concern in the IB chats.
Yeah. Yeah. Jimmy, you and I, we're never going to be in those chats. You and I are in text messages, maybe, right? And, that's about it. Jimmy, so this week, again, today is the day before the Fed, so we expect it to be, obviously, probably choppy, tight. We know that. I want you to go to the bond market again, because I can't get past the fact that I think equities, we know, are going to be quiet. But when we talk about the bond market today, we're pretty much getting above everything that I see here. And like I said, I made a little comment earlier when I was talking in my morning, kind of going over the markets, saying 10-year could be at 3.5%. I mean, what do you see? What are the charts telling you about treasuries and bonds?
Well, I mean, for today, I'm looking for point of control trading all day in both the bonds and the notes. I think that they're anticipatory. I think they move ahead of the FOMC meeting and they place themselves where they want to be. And I think that's happened right now. So, I mean, if you just look at it intraday on bonds, a tight range, point of control right in the middle, perfect volume profile kind of look. We'll probably see that also in the equities, by the way, today, again, as we anticipate earnings and we anticipate FOMC. But, I don't know that the yield's going to be go completely haywire after this 25 bip cut, because it's been a 25 bip cut in everyone's mind for months now. When I look at the Fed funds tool, this was such an extreme 97% number for many weeks prior to today, and it never really changed. The same with the December number. So that anticipation is beyond anticipation. This is what's going to happen. So this is where we want to be priced.
I think it's spot on. Bell curve trading today is likely what we see. Shai, what's the news going to be today?
So absolutely, I think it's going to be kind of a quiet day. if Trump stops talking in Asia. But
Soon, I think.
soon it'll be.
Any data though? Don't we have
We do have a little bit of data. They're only surveys because obviously the government is shut down. So we have the S&P Commodity. It's
never even heard of it.
it's a inflation metric. So we have S&P inflation metric. We'll put it that way. And then we have Richmond Fed business. Not going to make a very big difference. Conference Board consumer confidence could be a market mover depending on if it's an outsized move. Then Dallas Fed energy services or Dallas Fed services activity, not a market mover. So really, that 10 o'clock data is probably going to be a possible move in the markets.
We're out of time, but Craig, I want to leave you with the final thought coming into today.
Just last thing, also 7-year auction today. And so the bond, we had good auctions yesterday for 2s and 5s. We got 7s today. So yeah, I agree with you. I think bonds have been pretty strong, but question will be, what does the Fed tell us tomorrow with respect to the pace of labor market deceleration? That'll be the next big move, I think, for bonds, for fixed income here. So lot tomorrow to rest up for today.
Yeah,
good day, big day tomorrow.
Exactly. I agree. All right, everybody. It's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's finish the conversation and just kind of move into an intraday chart on gold. And, we talked about the point of control being a reference point for a lot of the markets. I'm not so sure about gold, though. We have a really nice VWAP here, that volume weighted average price, and we really lost VWAP in the rearview mirror, before midnight, 11 o'clock or whatever time 2,300 hours is. And we've just been trading below that VWAP the whole session long right now. We broke through all of the month or Q levels, 0 DT, call resistance, high vol, put support, JAX1, JAX4, JAX2, one-day min. So there's not a lot of targets on the downside. We do have a pivot of S2, which we didn't quite touch yet overnight, but that's also in play, and that's approximately 38.97. To find other targets on the downside, you really have to go to a daily chart and do some extrapolation there. But in any event, we're right between that S1 and the point of control. Really wonky so far, which is not surprising. The other thing to keep in mind, folks, gold, 181,000. Micro gold, 455,000. 1 ounce gold, 40,000 contracts. There's a 1 ounce gold contract, guys. So I just wanted to point that out. You have some options when trading for gold, no matter what your account size is. Let's shoot over to silver, though. Silver, we have an interesting kind of phenomenon going on here. We're right to that quarterly pivot. It's also aligned with that 61.8% retracement from this trend line that I measured that starts back here in the middle of September. We kind of peaked out, sold off pretty quickly, as you usually see after a long sloping trend up. And now we're kind of looking at these EMAs about to cross under the 8, is about to cross under the 21 right now. So we're kind of at this area of support here that I have highlighted in a rectangle here. This is going to be key to see if we survive this downward assault on silver. Let's go to intraday. Intraday, we do have some targets here. That S1 and that one-day min is kind of defined the bottom of the conversation around 45.80. And, we just kind of bounced off of that after the London initial balance, right? Boom, big sell-off, kind of held our own. Now we're kind of working our way back up. Now the difference here is we're trading above that VWAP, right? We have one 30-minute candle that's already closed above it, just a little bit, but it closed above it. The second candle now is driving up past the point of control again, wonky point of control. This should get better as the day goes on, and above that JAX2 level. So buyers are starting to slowly take charge here. So we have JAX4 is another target on the upside, approximately 46.8. And then above that, we have that 0 DTE and the put support at 47 even. Pivot is defining the top of the conversation here. This is the high of the day. So we'll see if the buyers continue to have the might and power to keep pushing this thing up. Let's go to the Bitcoin. Are we in November Bitcoin? Hang on a second. Let's look at the volume here. All right, so here's the thing, folks. Sometimes, and I should have been ready for this. November is rolled over on many platforms, but really we're still trading. This is a monthly contract, so we're still trading in October. I'm just going to go ahead and make a quick inline adjustment here. And you can see the volume is a lot bigger. Now, we still don't have a lot of volume in the Bitcoin, but 116,000 so far. Let's go ahead and pop. Remember, you probably want to go with the higher volume. So even though your platform might have rolled you over, maybe go back to October. right in the middle of the pack here right now. We still have that gap. We still have some moving averages that are kind of sloping up right now. And the Bitcoin is really kind of, again, in this consolidation range. And I'm going to call it around 118,000 down to this lower rectangle here, 108,000. That's what's going on in the Bitcoin. And let me just finish real quickly with the NASI, because I think there's some super cool things to look at on a NASI chart. We're all anticipating continuation to the upside here. But just kind of take this is the Q score from Mentor Q. We have a positive gamma situation. We have a 5 out of 5 very high option condition, 2 out of 5 neutral volatility, 5 out of 5 momentum, and 0 on seasonality. And we have this big gap here. This is a pretty big gap still that's kind of glaring at me on the chart. Remember this old gap that we saw way back here in September? We eventually filled it, barely by a tick, but we eventually filled it. This one, I don't think we're going to fill it right this second, but this is looking pretty strong with the baby candle at the top. We'll see how anticipatory this becomes as we go forward. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
We have Tommy Grisafi. He has 30 plus years experience in the ag industry. He's a member of the Chicago Board of Trade. He used to trade on the floor. He now is the owner of Ag Bull Media LLC and an associated person of Nesbitt Trading. He's been around forever in the industry. So looking forward to talking to him about what's going on in the ag markets right now.
I mean, perfect timing for Tommy. We go back a little bit. I had him on the Futures Radio podcast early on, so I'm excited to have Tommy back. Let's bring him on. Tommy, good morning.
Morning, everyone. How we doing? I've been listening to the show, watching the show. Good stuff.
Thank you, buddy. It's great to see you. Perfect timing. I don't know how we timed this any better than having you come on and talk ag markets with us. I mean, we're going to start with the beef markets because, you know, one of the things, Tommy, we try to do on this show, obviously we're futures biased, futures based here, is to get people into these other markets. And then all of a sudden you have the meat market, the beef market, cattle market get really busy, and they learn a little lesson that maybe they didn't know about limit downs and such. Talk to us not only about what's currently happening, but just give us a little bit of an inside look about what really is, what drives these markets and just some nuance about trading them.
Sure. Well, the way limit down works is kind of is one Italian to another. It's like in the movie Bronx Tale when he politely asks the bikers to leave the bar, and they don't leave the bar, and then he slams the door, and he says, "Now yous can't leave," and then they beat the heck out of him, right? So that's what happens when bull markets allow everyone to get involved. Bull markets allow everyone to participate. And then all of a sudden, you really get to see when inexperienced traders or investors or speculators or even hedgers don't understand what's going on, because they're like, if we start to roll over, or if we break through, like earlier you had that, all those levels on the gold, and we've broke through a lot of those. Well, the levels are all great, but when you can't trade it because we're opening up trading for 5-6 minutes and locking limit or a double limit, that brings on a whole new level of risk. And so what happens is then people have to move to the options market. Volatility, as you all know, explodes, and then you really have to see that you need to be a professional, how to know how to get out of your position through a synthetic or spreading off another future, as you know how to do. So it gets complicated, and lack of inexperience has just probably got some people really involved in these markets. There's one other part, and I don't want to go too deep in the weeds here, but we have something called LRP on cattle, which is, as you all know, crop insurance on crops, but they have insurance on cattle. And when the futures markets lock limit down, they do not issue LRP policies, and that's really caught some people off guard. And of course, we have a very dynamic president who you all know, and the headlines just keep coming out. I couldn't imagine the show would not be as exciting under the past administration, I promise you.
Yeah, so let's talk about what's been happening in cattle. Really one of the most dominant trends we've seen in all futures markets, straight up, and now that has been derailed. What's changed?
Well, we've had droughts in America. We've had droughts in up north in America, Texas, everything else. When President Trump put out the True Social that he made the cattle market, that's really 1,000% not true, because the cattle market's been in a bull market since its lows during COVID. So if you go back, I don't know if you can pull it up on the fly, But go back and look at a 10-year cattle chart. You'll see 5 years ago right now, we started moving back up, and we've never stopped on live cattle. Well, we actually did stop about a week and a half ago, and we pulled back quite a bit here. And now we're starting to hit all the technical levels. Cattle market, it's supply and demand. Demand's good. As you know, there's a lot of people on weight loss drugs, a lot of people eating healthier, a lot of people trying to consume beef. As you also all know, you probably talked about last week, what happened with Beyond Beef. That whole phase has run its course. Sure, the stock went from 50 cents back up to $6, but that's just funny money there. So people are truly eating beef because it's wonderful. It has one ingredient, beef. And the bull market's been incredible. We're still in a bull market when it comes to supply and demand. Supply is extremely tight. Even though President Trump says he's going to make price of beef go down, he can't make everyone have twins, right, in the cattle industry. So you just can't make more beef. They talk about importing beef from Argentina. That's not going to really be easy. The headline was impressive. We're going to import quadruple the amount. What you really need to know is we were only importing a sliver of the beef from Argentina, and it would take 3 to 6 months just to get that program started. So the big headline to watch out for is, will we cut a deal with Brazil? If we take the tariffs off Brazil, watch obviously coffee and beef. Those two would be high flyers. So no shortage of drama when it comes to the beef market. But this market started from an old school supply and demand market from 5 years ago, when prices absolutely crashed during COVID, when people stopped going to restaurants and we had a huge extra supply of the high-end cuts. And now I was just at Costco the other day. Beef is a little pricey, but I'm blessed I could still afford it, right?
Absolutely. I want to move this over to the grain markets because we had a gap up in soybeans because we supposedly are going to have this wonderful deal with China and they're going to buy soybeans and bean oil again. We kind of heard this in the first administration that they were going to buy all of this grain from us. They didn't really end up doing that. And so how are you looking at this? How are traders looking at kind of these markets, the grain markets, with China right now and a potential deal?
Well, great question. Two parts to that. There's the grain markets in general, with or without China. American grains were of tremendous value. If you're a foreign country and you went to grow corn, wheat, soybeans, you couldn't do it as cheap as we're doing it. That's why when the United States government opens up again, they're probably going to the first thing they're going to do is give the farmers $10 to $13 billion. They've already started an emergency program to give farmers $3 billion. But with that, we're the cheapest grain in the world. And so whether China was going to buy our grain or not, soybeans started to rally. Soybeans are now officially $1 off the harvest lows. They're almost, one would say, getting a little pricey because allegedly China is going to buy these beans. Now, you're not seeing bids show up in the PNW, the Pacific Northwest. The basis isn't getting better. We're just having a futures rally, probably led by headlines. A lot of people, trade futures and options have actually probably never walked in a soybean field or even been out to a ranch, right? But we're all involved in these markets. So with that, they're looking great on the charts. The trend is up. They're starting to turn up. They're starting to catch some money, and it almost feels, as you see markets like gold calm down from 4,400 back down to 3,900. It almost feels like you're seeing money come out of gold, money come out of cattle, and there's these funds, these commodity funds, and people are like, you know what? Wheat's really a value. Soybeans are really a value. Corn's really a value. And you're seeing a great rotation out of metals, in my opinion, into grains, out of meats into grains. And money's looking for a home. We're just ending here we're going to end the third quarter here, right? And then we're going to go, we'll have, no, we're already in there, right? October, November, December. But people got to look good. The CTAs, the commodity trading advisors, they want to look good. Some people are having a great year. I know some people are having a bad year, and everyone's trying to shore things up and look smart by the end of the year. So grains were just undervalued. Now with that, China says they're going to buy them. I feel like the Trump-China deal was a lot more about those metals and those rare earth metals and how that affects AI and security and defense stocks and stuff like that. So I think the farmers will get the nod that we cut a deal, but in the end, I think they'll just get a check.
I think it's really interesting that you talked about how money coming out of the metals could come into commodities. And I totally agree with you because when you look at the CTAs out there, when you look at where they're going to be putting money next as they pull money out of a big winner, they look for where the next potential, trend is going to be coming. And I tell you what, having these charts up in grains gets very, very interesting. Talk about that dynamic, Tommy.
Well, people like me, I'm sitting just here against this wall, but when I move to the other side, I'm going to go to a brand new computer with two giant monitors, and I'm going to have about 60 tickets up. And what we're doing is we move from one busy market to the other. We move, if it's Bitcoin or micro Bitcoin, we're moving that. A week and a half ago, all I was trading was micro silver and micro gold and every option of those, right? And I wasn't trading corn or beans a week and a half ago. Sunday night, I logged in 2 hours early so I could pull up every grain ticket there is: oats, corn, beans, bean oil. And so people are just moving from ticket to ticket. And you see these influxes of volume and volatility and liquidity. And we're trading headlines. A lot of us trade like you did. We trade real big during the day and pretty much shore up things at night. Maybe we take something home, more options based, but we get in and out of the market in swooshes. I would say some people were out of position based on that articles 2-3 weeks ago. If you go back and look at articles from major ag publications, articles were coming out saying China will never buy soybeans from us again. That was 3 weeks ago. So people just give up on hope that as if China could go without our beans. Now, the real flyer here, you're starting to see the bean chart turn up. But if South America has a weather problem, if Brazil in particular has a weather problem, beans could put a couple. It gives the farmer money because they were, the price wasn't right during harvest. We do get this rally based on a futures rally, front month rally. And South America has a weather problem. This soybean market could absolutely become explosive. We may look back and say, they did it again. The American farmer or whoever, harvest lows were made. Anyone who's familiar with Chicago and the Board of Trade pits knows typically end of August, September, we're just at lousy prices. It looks like it's never going to go up. And that's when you see these great carries in the market, something we don't talk about like in gold futures necessarily or other markets. But you see the front month of soybeans maybe at $10, but you go out to the back month and you see them at 10.40, 10.50, 10.60. You get these carries in the futures markets, and that's old school Board of Trade, understanding the spreads and the carries and everything else. So there's a lot of dynamics here building up in the soybean market.
Yeah, no, I really agree with you. I don't know if you guys caught that. That was a glitch in the matrix right there.
I know, I saw.
Tommy was talking metals, and all of a sudden soybeans and corn comes up, and that was it, man. There was a little glitch there. Shai, we got a couple minutes left with Tommy. Any final questions for him?
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about, if you're just new to trading grains, is there a seasonality to them? How does that kind of work when you're looking to approach this market?
Well, grains are fun when they're busy and when they're not busy. Summers typically are really busy, but the summer was a boring one. So we could be supply and demand driven. That's fun. The best bull markets in grains are a demand driven bull market. Crazy markets are weather markets. Those are very fast, furious, volatile. Feels like it's going to go up, and then as fast as it's never going to rain again, it starts raining again. And we get big bear markets. But the one good thing about a bear market in 2024, 25, 26 is the world's so big that when we massively overproduce grain, the world's so big that the rest of the world gets to buy it at a discount. And so what you're seeing is, in this particular case, there's not many industries that function like the American farmer, where it's like, go ahead, overproduce, and if you produce too much, we'll send you a check. That's not a company you would go buy a stock and expect a dividend in. But somehow it all works, and land prices are close to record highs, and grains are doing okay. So as far as being a grain trader, when it's good, it's real good. And then you can go through long period of time being 3 months, 6 months, where there's just not much going on. Extremely low volatility from the option side, not a lot of moves. The one area of caution I'd give you is if volatility is low in grains, don't be cute and think you're going to sell vol and you're going to collect that nickel or that dime. You're literally standing on the rail, on the tracks, trying to pick up pennies. You're going to get you're trying to pick up pennies. It's not good. You're going to get run over. So when volatility's low, you want to be a buyer of it. You may lose your money on that option, but when we pop like we did just now, volatility's still relatively inexpensive. So some people love trading futures. Some people love trading spreads. Some people only trade it from options. But the liquidity in the corn, and I'm sure on your show you talk about liquidity a lot. The liquidity in the corn futures and options, incredible. Beans are right there. Wheats are a little different, but nonetheless, it's a fun product to trade.
Tommy, it's so great having you here. Not only to
Thank
give
you.
us insight as to what's happening in the ag markets, but what it's like to be at a desk, to be the real deal as a trader. Like I said, we go back a ways, having you on Futures Radio and having you here on Industry Trader Live. It's always a pleasure. Everybody go and follow
Thank
Tommy
you.
on X. Check out everything that he's doing. Just a great guy and a great follow. Tommy, thank you again so much for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love Tommy. He's great. Insight that you're just not going to get anywhere else, really.
Exactly. From somebody that's, been on the floor, been there 30 plus years,
Yeah.
like yourself.
Yeah.
But good insights. I love kind of introducing new markets to traders just because there's a lot of other stuff out there that's moving.
Yeah, and I'm going to go into farm next, and I'm going to talk about what really is popping out at me is the COT data in the cattle market. And, the feeders and the live cattle, both of them, really interesting on COT data. So we're going to get into that next with farm, and I think it's one of those things where I would probably send a message to Jason Shapiro and talk to him and see what he thinks about this, because I tell you what, when you see a market that was as bid as it was, and now you're going limit down, it gets kind of interesting. You got a lot of longs to unravel here.
Right.
It's kind of, and with the news supporting, lower prices, gets real dicey. Final thoughts going into the afternoon.
No, I mean, it's probably going to be a quiet day, disregarding any maybe news coming out. So I'd see some sideways action in the markets, maybe a good opportunity to trade some micros in a product that you may not be used to trading, instead of just the index markets.
Yeah, I think so, Shai. Day before the Fed meeting. We'll wait to see that 10 o'clock data for you in the chat. Thanks, Shai. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Farm. There he is. Oh, man, look at that.
Good morning.
You didn't even, what's
Morning,
funny
Dylan.
about this? He didn't even stuff that with anything. That's just really his chest. He was doing push-ups earlier this morning. I mean, that's just how he looks. I've met him in person, so I could vouch for it.
I just pulled up my belly a little higher and it made my chest look massive. Belly, that's all I had to do.
Sucking it. He's going to pass out on stream from sucking it in.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah. And it's incredible how you and I both made $69,420 from that Val Signals signal last week. Is that incredible?
It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I don't know if you caught the intentional misspelling. He had a scammer that was Vol Singles instead of Vol Signals. So that was a little added inside joke between him and I that, of course I entertained myself, but good times.
You've been known to entertain yourself for a time or two. It's kind of, noticeable. All right, well, let's get into the charts, Clark. Or can I not call you Clark today? Oh, it's just Superman today? All right, that's fine.
That's right.
So let's start off with the feeder cattle. I know that when you're flying over the country, you can see this from a perception that no one else can. So it's great to have you here to really know what's going on behind the scenes. When you look at the feeders, everybody, it gets really interesting. And this is, again, you go back to Larry Williams and Jason Shapiro, you look at COT data. Look at how long the large specs have been, right? You look at how long they started to unwind a little bit here, and now you've got a massive long position still to unwind, and you've got limit down in feeders. Just tells me, look, you want to short something, you want to short a rally in feeder cattle because this thing is not only is it limit down and stuck there, but if it does come off the limit and there is a bounce, you could expect a lot of sellers, especially with the news and everything that's going on behind it coming off of what Tommy said. And so this is where I think COT data becomes of highest value, is when I see things like this in commodities. And boy, this is something you just can't look away at. I will actually have this up on my screen. I will wait to see if there is some sort of a pop. And I will likely be looking to short some feeders, which is crazy to say because it's probably been 15 years since I've traded this product, maybe longer, who knows. Um, Look at what's happening in live cattle. I mean, I got to tell you, man. I mean, they have been stiff on the bid. The difference is you got a good offset here with short positions with commercials, but still, the most long it's been in a good period of time. Let's go back in history a little bit. You go back here. Look at this unwind, how big of a move that was. You had it go from 192-ish all the way down to 162. Huge move, right? Who's to say that we don't unwind a huge portion of this here, in the beef markets? Positioning is set up for it. News is set up for it. It's just one of those things. I know that many of you probably don't trade these products, but I will tell you this: just because you see them limit down does not mean it's a opportunity to buy. I'd be very careful buying dips in these markets right now. Last thing I want to go to, and I know I'm doing all commodities today, but I can't help it. Look at this. There's no positioning practically in the beans, right? So you look at soybeans here, and you had a big short position that got unwound, and it was actually it was a big long position. It was a short position in large specs, a long position in commercials, got unwound, and we went into a long consolidation. Now here we are on soybeans, which I think is actually a really good day trading product, especially when it comes to short-term traders. This is one that's very liquid, and corn as well. I'm going to go to that next. Look at that weekly breakout. Man, that gets interesting with almost no positioning in, which means in some ways it could start to be building of positions. Gets very interesting to me there. Corn's the same way. Corn's getting ready to break out, or it has broken out on a weekly basis. Positioning's nearly flat. Look at that. I mean, I thought that the most interesting thing, I'm going to send it to you for equities because I've got not much to say on it. I thought the most interesting thing that Tommy brought up today was the rotation from metals into commodities. I kind of think it's happening. And I think you have to look at it from people that are at a desk that are commodities traders, CTAs. They're going to be rotating out of their biggest winner, which has been gold likely, all the trend followers. Now, I'm not saying the gold trade is done. I'm just saying that they start to look for other opportunities. It's a cash raise in metals. You see it across the board. And they start to look at other places that other people aren't looking. And those are trends that are breaking out. Now, if they were in the middle of the trends, I would say, yeah, but they're not. And so they're breaking out, and you've got positioning ripe for them. It gets really, really interesting to see what happens there. That's Deli's commodity report. Back to you, Clark.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since I've lost my ass on an ag trade. So hey, let's do it. Let's do this. I just looked at wheat. It looks great. Wheat looks fantastic too. So stop. Yeah, no, I'm just the world's worst ag trader for sure. But I pulled up gold because it has been under pressure and had a lot of eyes on it. We broke last week's low finally, and basically bulls had one shot to reclaim last week's low, which sits in this 40.13 to 40.27 spot, which were also some single prints from yesterday's session. That was their shot to reclaim last week's low and just make it a quick little trap. They were not able to do so. You see, you got a quick trap above that spot overnight. Got bulls very excited and then just absolutely rinsed them. I will say it basically, for now, has just formed a 4-week balance. We'll have to see how the rest of this week goes, right? And where the low of that balance will be, and if it, comes out to a 5 or a 6 or what have you. But to me, I wouldn't necessarily be short in the hole here. But at the same time, bulls have a lot of work to do ahead of them. I didn't have time to get, all my levels on the chart this morning. But to me, call it the overnight high. Flipping that back to support is going to be necessary for gold bulls to find some strength. Equities, and I added gold because equities, honestly, like kind of boring, right? Like when we just kind of gap up and go every day, it does get a little bit boring. You're just talking about extensions and talking about entries. Yesterday we had an upward spike on both ES and NQ. So for NQ, yesterday's high was 981. That sits right in this 969 to 983 spot. And then the spike base was 946 basically. And overnight low was like just below there, right? So it's hard to be bearish that and want to do anything but press the buy button. But when the market gets like this, it's tough because it doesn't always give you an entry, right? I mean, like I'm not saying definitively that that's the low, but I mean, we've seen this a lot, right? When the market gets like this and it starts, gapping and going, you get an overnight bid, and like that's the low of day, right? So it can be hard to get in, but from my perspective, if we did, kind of peak below this overnight low or something, we get some weakness into open, some inventory correction. It still could be constructive, still can be along. The thing we have to understand, and yesterday I saw a lot of people sort of expecting that gap to fade. It had all night to do it, right? I mean, it was huge gap up on Sunday night. It had all night to do it, and it didn't do it. And to me, the difference is because we have seen a lot of gap and fades. Well, those didn't come after a 6-week balance break to the upside. I mean, this is a huge breakout. Nobody loves shorting this pig more than me, but I'm not looking to be first in short after a 6-week balance break to the upside. Sellers want to show us something first. I'm happy to trade this either way, but as of now, it's kind of difficult to want to do that. I would be mindful of a potential third gap up today, third in a row, that leads into some exhaustion. So I definitely have eyes open for that. I'm not really looking to chase along into the highs, right? But at the same time, I'm not really super interested in being short. But take your overnight low on NQ. I think if you could push a touch lower than that, and things would still be fine. It starts to be a little bit iffy if we give back the overnight low, right? Coming in, selling below, back below an overnight low, back below yesterday's spike base, gets a little bit tenuous. But I mean, bulls still aren't in like remote trouble until we start giving back daily lows. Fill that gap. I mean, this is very bullish, very constructive. And the other thing I would add on NQ in particular, I mentioned this a few weeks ago. I don't have it on my chart now, but if you take a year-to-date VWAP on NQ on a non-back adjusted chart, put a +2 standard deviation band on it, it had been resistance like perfect. I don't know, like 5, 6, 69 touches. I don't know. Was like perfect resistance every single time. I mean, it's way down in the basement now. I mean, we are well above it. And every time we've come into like the +2 daily Bollinger Band, every time we've come into that +2 year-to-date VWAP, I've said pull it back or melt it up, blow it off. This time I didn't say that because, well, we have a 6-week balance break to the upside right below us. So maybe this is the time to blow it off. I don't know. But that's definitely something I'm mindful of. It sits down basically around this 807 to 821 spot. I mean, this was a big spot. And I was a little bit surprised. It flipped. I mean, it flipped to support relatively easily. So that's kind of spooky to me, honestly. And talking to some of the vol guys, vol singles, right? Vol signals. Yeah, I mean, he said he doesn't have a whole lot overhead as well. So, I mean, we'll see. Huge week, obviously. I think earnings matter a hell of a lot more than FOMC. But head in a swivel, I guess, into earnings. But there's not a whole lot to look at up above, and we just balanced for 6 weeks. So to see gap. The first gap, of course, was coming out of that balance, but that's what you should see. I mean, that really is what you should see, is a period of strong trend, which we have been lacking. That's what led to I call for that trapdoor setup a couple of weeks ago on 1010. It was basically every new high was just kind of anemic, sort of overlapped with prior ranges. And then, this is what it should look like. It should look like an aggressive move out of balance until we actually do find some semblance of balance. But basically, on a big profile, and a yearly profile or a composite profile, monthly profile, you should see a big old low volume node after that break of balance, and we sure have one here. Now it is a little bit thin perhaps in volume, so there's always risks of that being given back, certainly on like an earnings week. But everything's very, very constructive equities. ES, same deal as NQ. It actually did not quite make it down to its spike base yesterday. I want to say was 68.99 and a quarter. Didn't quite make it there overnight. So I wonder if it wants to test it. So if we do start, getting a pullback into the open and at the open, Maybe that's just a bit of an inventory correction and we come down. But everything looks constructive. We're obviously back up at high and night here. So mindful to me is basically playing this as a true gap up potentially. We've talked about that and how to play those. As long as we're holding above yesterday's high, there's really nothing to do but press the buy button. I do still think we could come down to the spike base, which would be high of day prior to the last 30 minutes of the day. I mentioned those spike base reference levels. As long as we're holding above that, to me, it's all longs. And, again, I'm just not interested in being first in short unless I'm given some compelling reason real time to do so. But other than that, it's just upside targets to me. I'm watching right around, let's see, 6969 actually on SPX, not ES, though I'm sure 6969 ES will be stiff as well. In terms of resistance, of course, those are some big upside targets that I'm looking at, and I do think that probably slows things down. So 6969 would be right around 7,000, I suppose. 6969 SPX would be right around 7,000. So, we'll see how the next couple of days go. Right, the Fed and earnings. Do we form some kind of multi-day balance here, or do we just continue to rip to the heavens? Interesting times here.
Yeah, no, I mean, you really can't get this kind of analysis anywhere else, Farm. The thoughts, the numbers that you're coming up with. I mean, really, this is why you should go check out Farm's Discord and everything he's doing there, and have a lot of fun with it as well. I'm sorry, Clark. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing that I look at when I look at today. Look, you got VIX at the lows it's been. You've got equities back up at the highs. You're a day before the Fed meeting. Not the time to be a hero. Understand your market environment. I don't care what your strategy is telling you. You have to understand market environment. I never became a successful trader purely based on my strategy. It was all about my execution in changing environments and understanding context and nuance. You come into a day like today, all-time highs across the board, VIX sitting down at the lows. If I get a buy signal, I look at that, small and smart, don't get aggressive. Take what the market gives you. All those cliches doesn't matter, but understand it. Have self-awareness, everybody, on a day like today. It's just not there. There's a lot of other markets that have a lot of activity, and I'm actually going to talk about that next with my boy Merritt and Chris. Farm, great to have you here this morning. Everybody, go and follow what Superman Farm is doing on X. You will not be disappointed. If you don't learn something, you will have a laugh, but you will learn something. Farm, I will see you later.
We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, everybody. Chat, hope you're all doing great. Getting ready to trade the open here in a minute, but do me a favor, hit that like and subscribe button. We've got 700 plus of you in here. Hit like and subscribe. We've been bringing you guys hopefully a lot of information this morning, helping you trade in the trading day, getting ready to trade in the trading day. And the one thing, just to follow up what I just mentioned with Farm, it's context and nuance, everybody. Look everybody talks about strategy and, everybody looks at entries, but sometimes you got to step back a little bit. And if you really want to get to that next level, at least in my experience, it always came down to understanding market environment. And each and every morning, that's the number one thing that I try to help provide all of you is understanding market environment, because I can relate to the trader who finally finds a strategy that they really believe in and it does really well for a period of time, and then all of a sudden they're doing the same thing and they can't make any money. What changed? Was it me? Was it the market environment? Or is it my strategy? And until you ask yourself those questions and finally dial it in and understand the difference between the three, you never really get to the next level. And we're all about getting you here to the next level. And speaking of getting to the next level, we've got two guys that are really next level when it comes to trading. We call it Black Boxes here on Tuesday. Let's get ready to trade the open with Merritt Black and Christian Trading Boxes. Good morning, boys.
Buenos días, caballeros.
Hola.
I guess we talk. This is a Spanish segment.
Oh man, where do we go? You know what? Nobody understands. I go from one character to the next to the next. It's like I look around. I mean, these guys are,
You got to pivot pretty quickly around here, man.
It's a quick pivot, man. I tell you what, you got to stay on top of it. So here's what I find interesting right now, guys. Obviously, I talked about context and nuance, understanding what's happening in the market environment right now. We all know that equities aren't the busiest, right? Again, I always lean on Chris on these days. I love him for this because he is that, that trend trader. He loves this type of environment, really, and he comes in, he sees that the trend is intact. But a lot of traders, Merritt and I we're mean reversion guys a little bit more. We like to trade for some rotation, and he comes because equities nuance. The quick pivot. These guys he stands like
Yes.
good morning, boys.
Buenos días, caballeros.
Hola. I guess this is a Spanish segment.
Oh man, where do we go? You know what? Nobody understands. I go from one character to the next to the next. It's like I look around. I mean, these guys are,
You
they're
got to
all
pivot
pieces of
pretty
work.
quickly around here, man.
It's a quick pivot, man. I tell you what, you got to stay on top of it. So here's what I find interesting right now, guys. Obviously, I talked about context and nuance, understanding what's happening in the market environment right now. We all know that equities aren't the busiest, right? Again, I always lean on Chris on these days. I love him for this because he is that, that trend trader. He loves this type of environment, really, and he comes in, he sees that the trend is intact. But a lot of traders, Merritt and I we're mean reversion guys a little bit more. We like to trade for some rotations. I've never found myself to be the best trend trader, especially within the trend intraday. I mean, I like to buy dips or sell rallies. And I know Chris does do that, and he'll get into it how he does it. But without volatility, it was always a little bit more difficult for me. There's volatility in a lot of other places right now. Merritt, I want to start with you. This morning, gold really moving, corn starting to move, soybeans starting to break out. Right?
Soybeans and the meal. That's right.
I mean, those markets now are starting to get some action, some activity. Tommy Grisafi on here earlier talked about it from a desk perspective, how he is someone, who goes from what's moving the markets, staying within those trends until those trends change, and then you go to the next volatility cycle, wherever that goes. And I thought he made a great point this morning talking about how you're seeing a little bit of a change in trend, or at least a pullback in trend in metals. I'm not saying that trend is over, but it's an interesting moment. Again, good trade for short-term traders, but other trends are now coming into play. What are you looking at this morning, Merritt?
Well, I'm long gold. I just picked a really, really good spot here, looking to at least come in and take out these little highs here. In fact, I'm having a little PTSD from prior times where I've been talking to you and not taking profits on a position. So let's toss in a little limit order so I can talk to you and focus. So we'll take those profits if we get that little stop run through those highs. So, gold is something we've talked about for weeks, man, right? It's been ripping higher, ripping higher, ripping higher. Everybody says, oh, Merritt, I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't touch that. Well, guess what, guys? Parabolic moves are unsustainable. Yeah, it may have taken me, 3 or 4 weeks of saying it, which is a long time. So I was kind of like a perma bear with it. But look, I still made some money on the upside on it as well. So it's not like I'm sitting there losing my butt trying to pick this top as things are going. We talked about waiting for it to crack, waiting for it to show us, waiting for lower time frames to start to shift. And that's exactly what happened in gold. Massive, massive turnaround. And so the trade has been good. And here we are at a point where, it's actually reached some lower extremes relative to like monthly VWAP, right? And things like that. So now, something of a bounce is possible. For me, the biggest picture bull line in the sand is 37.97. 37.97 is where I have. That's a dynamic reference. It's going to be moving, but that's where it is now. It'll be slow moving. And then you have markets like, I think it was last week, I talked about big stop run potential in natural gas. It took those lows and reversed. I think natural gas has some upside. We're coming into kind of a seasonal time with natural gas where if all of a sudden we get some cooler temperatures, something, natural gas can cook in the winter, right? We know that. So that's something I have my eye on. And then the beans complex, soybeans is another market that, again, I keep having to, I hate to say this, but we talked about a really good bullish setup there, and it's just underway, and there's more upside in that market. They've been beaten up for quite some time, so I've had my eye on them. But for now,
Yeah,
short-term trade, I am long gold and looking for something of a bounce. I'm looking for 39.57. Some kind of reversion into VWAP here intraday. Not a big deal, but a nice little trade. We're up 14 points on.
yeah, and we'll be staying tuned to see what you're doing in gold and these other markets. I do think that it's about that time where commodities start to get pretty busy here, heading into the winter. Across the board, equities could stay relatively slow. We'll see, but let's go to you, Chris. I mean, Chris, one of the things that I really love about what you do and your style is you showcase strengths and where a lot of people have weaknesses in these types of trends, these types of slower markets. I've seen you excel in them. I've seen you continue to do really well in them. I will always say for me, it's always been a more difficult trade for me in equities when we have these like sideways grindy up markets. And I've been watching you week in, week out, outperform the market and be able to execute at a very high level. What do you see? I mean, we're at all-time highs, Chris. It's again, we talk about how this is this quiet time, but this could be kind of a time to shine for you. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so every single week that we go through this sort of hard pullback and then some distribution that looks like we're going to end, we just bounce back up and then continue the uptrend. So I think if we don't adapt to that structure, that repeatable structure that we keep seeing, our opinions and our bias are going to continue to, make us short or get defensive when in reality we have hundreds of stocks at all-time highs. The indices are telling you they're above key moving averages, right? I mean, if we look at the Bollinger Bands, they're expanding higher. Like every sort of secondary indicator is telling you higher prices, and then the leading indicator price is going higher above prior all-time highs, breaking out of these consolidations or boxes. So to me, price is telling us where it wants to go, and if we can adapt to that and become more aligned with that, I believe we can do better over the long run, especially if we're out here trying to make a living for ourselves and create this amazing life that we want. So with that being said, we broke out of this wedge, this daily consolidation here that we can see this massive range that we've been in. We had an explosive move starting late last week. We gapped up. It was really important for us to hold that gap up. That meant acceptance, or else there's only two ways the market can move at that point after a gap up. Either we correct through time and then we continue higher, or we correct through price and get a pullback. We consolidated pretty sideways for quite a while, and then we continued higher. So price is, again, telling us that, hey, it's not ready to pull back. We are pretty extended. I think, it was brought up that we are extended up here, and we are. So at this point, I myself just want to look for pullbacks to buy. The first area of support here on the 4 hours is let's say 850s in NQ. If that fails, we can push back down to prior day low. For ES, we have 6890s if we backtest that, but we're firing on all cylinders right now. We just news came out that Microsoft did a deal with OpenAI. So Microsoft is up, I think, 6%, and that's what's driving this higher. So even though we're at these extended highs, here's the morning plan for me today. We're breaking out of a recent consolidation, which created energy for some type of move. Obviously, the news is what is pushing this higher. But now what we want to see for the most immediate sort of the next hour or the next 2 hours, we want to see any type of pullback into prior day high hold, show some acceptance, show that we're correcting through time and not able to flip back down. In doing so, we can hold 26,000 area-ish. Then we can see a continuation of this breakout into 26,170s in NQ. If we lose to hold, for example, prior day high or even the breakout here, then there's a chance that we can come back down to that 850s areas that I brought up here, Or maybe if we are strong and we are going to just be in a range bound market and create some sort of hourly range like this until news tomorrow, then we can just come down, take out London slow, and then reverse back up. We just have to wait and see if we even do lose prior day high at this point, or if we're just going to correct through time a little bit more and then see higher. For ES, we're above, we had that similar breakout. We're not above prior day high in the 69.18 zone. If we can hold that on a pullback and correct sideways, we can see 69.40s. If not, we come back down either to that London low, that overnight low, or yesterday's resistance, which can now turn support here at 68.89 to 68.93, which to me is like the main support that we want to hold. But again, we need to lose prior day high for us to see that. And if we don't, then I myself will be looking for bullish trade ideas into higher prices until we have confirmation that it is ready for a little bit of a pullback.
Thanks, boys. A couple things to leave everybody with before we go. We had the qualifier 2 yesterday where T-Trades won in the Traders Ninja Trader Live Cup, we'll call it. And there's 2 different cups going on. JCap won week 1. And now we're getting ready for qualifier 3, which brings up you two guys. We've got Pax in there. We've got Sarah. We've got Nick. And so everybody, here's your last chance to sign up for qualifier 3 to get into the championship. Qualifier 1 and 2 are behind us. This is your last chance, and there's not many seats available left. Click the link that's going to be in chat to sign up. If you get into the qualifier and qualifier 3, the top 10% of the people will make it to the championship, which is on November 17th, where the winner is going to get $100,000. That's cash for trading in a sim environment, which is crazy. And I love to see that we're doing that here. And we're going to be giving away $250,000 in the championship. But before you get there, qualifier 3, you're going to have a chance to win $8,000 to the winner and $50,000 in total cash prizes. And you're going to see my 2 guys right here in there trading in that competition. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. That's the next time I will see you guys. So everybody in chat, be sure you sign up. And in the meantime, hit like and subscribe. Support my boys here on Ninja Trader Live. Love these guys. And I, again, as I always say, enjoy watching the 2 of you very much. Thank you guys both for your analysis this morning. I'm going to be watching you guys trade from afar. Have a great day, guys.
See you,
All right,
brother.
Billy.
Take care.
Take care. See you Thursday.
Right. You remember that time he was signing off? We stream on Tuesdays, by the way, chat. And you were like, have a good weekend. You remember that?
Yeah. Hey, do you remember last Tuesday when you were figuring yourself out?
Wait, when I what?
When you were figuring yourself out?
Like I did in college?
Like you did in college?
Oh, me.
Before you guys ask, yes, we called each other up and asked, hey, what are you wearing today? Well, I'm wearing this. It's okay, I'm going to wear that too.
We're essentially in uniforms now.
Yeah. I see you're at long gold already, huh?
Yeah, man. It's funny to me how many weeks in a row has that been my focus, right? Like the past month and a half, I've traded more gold than anything else. And that's not normal for me. That's not common. That's not what, people who've maybe been watching you and I for a month, they're like, oh yeah, Merritt, he trades gold. That's what he does. Well, no, it's not. It just so happens to be that gold is by far not even close. Different strokes for different folks, but I think generically speaking, for intraday traders, we could say the best moving market for short-term trading. And that would be hard to argue against. So that's where I'm trading. So
Yeah,
see if we
I
can
like
get this
it.
stopped.
It's at a good area too. I think that bounce can have a good relief. I like it. I have to learn how to trade it before the competition because I know you'll be pressing all the buttons on every ticker, huh?
Oh yeah, I will be full. What do the kids call it? Deegan mode, for sure.
Yeah, I like it. I think it'll be I mean, if you can hold here, maybe make a new low and then set up for like a rally on Monday for next week, I think that'll be a really good trading day for it.
Yeah, yeah, it would. Or a little bit lower and then do the same type of stabilization. That kind of pullback for the year is still got some potential downside to it, but like I said with Delhi, it's a decent spot for a bounce here. Deegan is with a soft G. Deegan. Dejan. Dejan.
Come on.
All right. A little bit of buyers on the tape. Let's see if we can push this puppy up and get
40,
a little
if it can get through
scale.
44, that'd be good.
Right. Here it is. There's a little bit of it. You see that little flutter on the tape. Big delta bar. Shorts puking. That's what we're looking for. So now it's just a matter of where do I believe super short-term granular stuff here that maybe it's too much of a pause, too much of a seller snapping it back, or can I milk out a
Closer.
few more?
Yeah, looks good. I like it. All right, so or good morning to all of you guys in chat. Let's see how many we have here. We have almost 1,000. Morning to all.
That's
Yeah,
enough of a
you're
stall.
learning a lot.
I scaled.
Dope. Pay the man.
Hey, the man. Good morning. There's 22 handles in gold for you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, it is true that a lot of people traded the minimum instruments and took some paper cuts. I think what I've learned the most is that less can be more.
Yeah. Yesterday was a nice little case study of watching people try to do things that they're uncomfortable doing and not used to doing, and not working out too well, right?
Yeah.
But look, I mean, I don't I don't think you well, okay, so it depends. If you're trying to if we're talking about the arena competition here, guys. So if you're just trying to beat the other crew members, right? Like our group, you're just trying to win in our pool, then yeah, I think the approach is do what you're best at doing. And that's doubly true because many of us will be going, as we said, full Deegan mode. And the odds of us kind of blowing up and not doing well are pretty high. So that's a strategy. If you're trying to actually win the thing, you have no choice. Someone out there amongst 10,000 people is going to have a combination of some skill and some luck. And they are going to be trading very like full port every time, multiple markets, and get lucky with multiple things. And a trader just kind of trading more of a normal, maybe like intraday position trader strategy, you're not going to win. Does that sound reasonable? Like, the dichotomy between trying to win amongst our group versus trying to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I want to win. We'll see how it goes. It'll depend on the day as well.
Thoughts on ES? Yeah, I've got some thoughts on ES. We have, and I know the NASDAQ already has, but the S&P here is just about, not quite, but just about into that yearly +2. I've got that up in the 6940s. So big time frame, call it anywhere from, 69.45 into it'll be moving upwards as we get there into 69.50s. But that is a spot to watch anytime you kind of get into that yearly +2 territory. For me, I'm going to be looking mean reversion, right? I'm going to be looking healthy pullback to the downside, which it's, sometimes in markets it's dizzying, isn't it? How quickly these cycles can change. It feels like, last week, well, maybe the sky's falling apart, right? And then all of a sudden, massive gaps and huge moves and all-time highs, and and then I'm already talking, because the move has been so violent to the upside, I'm already planning and looking at mean reversion downside scenarios. It's nuts. Like I said, it's dizzying. I've heard people say, like with the arena, I think I was having a Twitter conversation with someone recently on this. They're like, look, these competitions are bad for me, and that could be true, right? It could possibly reinforce bad habits. It could, but I don't think it's crazy to be able to compartmentalize it and be like, okay, this is like a fun thing, I'll give it a shot. If I'm able to do that from my seat, I would think that many retail traders are able to do that from theirs and not have a huge opportunity cost on the day. It's fun, right? It's and the point that I wanted to bring to you guys is that you might actually surprise yourself and learn something. Dr. Steenbarger talks about this kind of stuff all the time, about getting outside your comfort zone, about experiencing things in a more fluid way or a more creative way. Trying to just, again, for fun. Fun and love are two huge aspects of trading. You need to have some fun and you need to love it, okay? And going into a little arena challenge like this can bring about some of those things in a new, refreshing, creative way for you. And you might just spark an idea or learn something that you might take back to your real trading, that you might start to study and start to backtest, start to explore, start to build a book of charts on, as we called it, S&B. Anyway, so it's not just some negative waste of time kind of thing. I really believe that. Everything can be a great learning experience. That's right, Sam. How long have I been in the market? Since 2005.
2005. Yeah, long time. If only we knew then what we know now.
Yeah.
All right, so it might be a little bit of a slow morning for me because I would like to wait for some consolidation up here above prior day high to confirm that we are going to hold. Well, because we're pretty extended up here, and I mean, it's very easy to go through some type of retracement as we wait for some news and earnings tomorrow. So I'll continue to focus on a potential pullback into support or consolidation up here to confirm that we are going to hold prior day highs and then see higher prices.
Buy the rumor, sell the news.
Yeah. I do want to trade gold. I think it's at a really good spot.
I've been going so hard this morning. I would looked up at the clock. I expected it to be like 10 o'clock. It's not even 8:30 yet. With the opening bell hasn't even rang.
What time do you get on the desk usually?
I'm usually in the seat, ready to go, ready to, wrapping up prep and ready to trade around 7 a.m. Central.
You find that a lot of good opportunities for you before the market opens that early?
I wouldn't categorize it as like better than average, right? Like that's like, oh, that's my sweet spot where a lot of my best setups happen. It's more of normal, equal amount, per unit of time of good setups happen there. To me, I've always seen I've always been a little time agnostic. Obviously, time is a factor, and there's different periods of the day and all this kind of good stuff. But some markets open earlier, right? Gold, treasuries, all these markets they have pit sessions that are earlier than the equities and crude oil. Um, so it's just
Yeah.
kind of a
Yeah.
staggered opportunity set. What about you? Do you prefer to wait for pit session hours, or will you?
In uptrends, I typically find my morning trade 30 minutes to an hour before the open.
Hmm.
And then because what we typically do is come back down and test, maybe take out London slow or prior day highs and
Mhm.
take out those stops and then reverse.
Mhm.
We see that a lot in uptrends. So if I can enter there and then ride the daily's trend, the daily candle trend higher, that'd be great. But I would say in the first 2 hours, my day is most likely done.
Here we go.
All right, let's see here. Hey, Joe. I'm gonna wait here, and I'm just gonna wait, guys. It's pretty high up here, and I want to see some structure to see that we're gonna hold. Meantime, I'll look at my swings. I know some of
But
you
it's
guys are
an
long.
enjoyable morning to look at your swings.
Oh yeah.
Good morning, G. McCauley.
Strong, strong start.
So this is that moment just continue to walk you guys through this gold trade I'm in. This is that moment where I targeted a short-term stop run, which was in rhythm with a nice little rotation higher. That part of the trade is done. So right now, I think that the most likely thing is some form of a pullback lower against the position, right? Reducing open P&L. That is not something that's going to bother me. It's something that I expect, and it's not something that I sit there and am staring at every tick and sweating and being uncomfortable with the unrealized P&L number getting smaller and smaller. And I just think that is one of the most underutilized, under talked about things in trading. Unless you are a direct short-term momentum scalper, you have to learn how to sit through pullbacks and not be fixated on what that unrealized P&L number is doing.
Yeah. Or else you're trading.
Your P&L, your emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah. A tale as old as time.
Nvidia wants new all-time highs. Oh, it's about to make new all-time highs. That's great. I mean, I know some of us swing trade here.
At what point would I give up my thesis? Well, there's two different things, right? There's, just so we're clear, there's giving up on this trade, and then there's giving up on the thesis. The trade, I've got to stop below the swing. I have placed a wager that I could apply analysis and skill and timing, right, to time up what might be, I have no clue, a substantial low. And if I have not done that, then I'll still make some money on this trade because of the scale out, but the trade will be over. In terms of the overall thesis, the thing that complicates this, and I would encourage you NADRO students to pay close attention to this, we got within proximity of kind of the weekly IPB, right? We got close enough to where if sellers really take control here and start pressing new lows and we're like imbalanced down again, I'm kind of actually at the point, because of that proximity to target, the thesis will most likely end at the same point here, which is rare for me, as where the stop is. I would assume weekly holding imbalance down, and that we are going, as I talked about at the before the stream, or at the beginning of the stream with Credelli, that 37.97, right? That yearly type of inflection. But you know what? A lot of times the best trades are where this thing is kind of true that we're talking about here. Because why is that? It means you've got a great trade location. Credelli talks about that all the time. How close can he get an entry to where the thesis is invalidated, right? That's what I call trade location. %90 of my trades are not from picture perfect ideal trade locations because I scalp, because I take shorter term stuff. Thanks for the kind words, chat.
I'm just waiting here, guys. I'm managing my swings, taking partial profits on those. Beautiful move in the markets. The market feels like a momentum stock right now. Yeah, there's just so much strength. We rotated back into the mags, and because they have a heavier allocation, and you have such a strong heavy concentration in mags in the indices, the moves in NQ and ES are stronger. They're amplified. So once we rotate out of those, we're going to go into software growth. We're going to see some cyclicals, right? So it's just rotation keeps the market up, and we just can't break lower. All right, so ES is coming back down into prior day high. This is where I want to see if we can hold. And also into that 69.18 area. Ideally, what takes place now here in ES is maybe we can consolidate. If it fails, then I know that, I mean, if we go back under prior day high and we cannot reclaim that, then on a shorter time frame, we can see a flat to down move. NQ is much stronger though because of my comments on mags. What do you mean the tape is red? Price is higher.
Maybe the internals
Mm.
or the delta. A lot of people have a different different meanings when they say the tape. There should be only one definition of the tape. The tape is called the tape because there used to be a physical machine people would sit in front of, and it would show you trade by trade, time and sales, the timestamp, and the volume and the price at which it transacted. That is the tape. So the tape is the time and sales, which is cumulative delta. Cumulative delta is the graphical representation of the tape.
Yeah, or in Spanish, the tapo.
I believe it's El Tapo, if I may.
Don't correct me, Nashville. El tapo.
I might start calling it that. I'm not going to lie. So we're seeing some buyers coming in on El Tapo here. Now, what was I going to? Oh, yeah, soybeans.
NQ looking much better. ES is so weak compared to NQ. I think we're seeing a, let's see, cyclicals down. Yeah. The strength is in tech for today. So ES, at risk of losing the 69.18 zone. NQ, complete opposite. It's moving higher. It's holding so far. I mean, it hasn't really exactly tested this 20s, 26,020 zone, but this is sort of the action that I want to look here. If we can continue to hold here, create some better structure, then that can give me an idea that we are going to hold. And then maybe we can, what I'm looking for is sustainable trends, right? So I need to wait for a structure that produces sustainable trends where I can risk one to make 3 or 5. And until then, I have to wait here. But so far, very good action. And we'll just continue to see if it'll hold or not. Yeah, RTY pretty weak. Tesla strong. NVIDIA all-time highs. Almost.
Yeah, Leo, I talked about this earlier. The target is that weekly inflection. It's just a short-term reversion towards that. I'm telling you, man, this soybeans thing might be something to keep an eye on. And it's not like, oh, now you're telling me like it's too late. It's like, no, this is still early stage. Um,
What's the ticker?
ZS, and it's the front month is January of 26.
Oh, it's moving.
Yeah, it's moving. And it's moving off of a year and a half, or just over a year long massive base, right? I know you stocks guys love your bases. Well, this thing
We love a
is
good base.
like, if what's his name, Peter, Brant or whatever, this to me looks like something he'd get really, really interested in.
I mean, he would most likely be saying, "Oh, inverse head and shoulder,"
On what time frame?
on like the weekly or monthly. Probably weekly. A little choppy, but you can make
There's
sense
just
of it.
not a So inverse head and shoulders, there's just not a prominent head, like, at least on a back adjusted basis, which is what I'm
Something like
looking at.
this. See it?
Uh, yeah, there we go. Now I see it. Well, you see, you're highlighting. You put the head on something that's higher than the wick prior before it by 10
That's a
bars.
failed breakdown. I can't consider that part of the structure.
You go in full sicko mode with your TA.
It's just that's a I have my own theories on that, but
You're in the camp of kind of ignore those like wicks, right? Treat them more like noise and focus more on
yeah,
bodies.
yeah.
That's
I
what I
mean, that to
assume
me,
from looking at your
it's a
shoddy work.
that's just a clear failed breakdown and of a significant level.
Well, one thing we could all agree on is that this baby has been ranging since August of 2024,
Yeah,
and we're threatening a lot of highs, and there seems to be a lot of energy in that market, relative volume through the roof, right? So that's something that's important for assessing kind of a real move with potential for legs versus not. And so, when you look at this, like, it would be easy if it's trading at 1098, it'd be easy for this thing to be at 1217, higher. So it's certainly something, if you guys are interested in dabbling with some different markets. You heard it from, as the chat is calling me now, Sheriff Black.
yeah. It's a pretty big divergence here. ES, no sign of life. NQ is still holding over here. I mean, NQ is being supported by mags and semiconductors, which are nonstop, just going higher. But ES is not doing well at all. If NQ fails to hold here, then we can see a pretty big flip. ES now under prior day high. So failure to reclaim that, then I don't see why we can't go to London's low, 6,900 area. So let's see if we can. I mean, it's pretty. Look at that, straight down.
Gold wants that VWAP. It wants it bad. Makes me want a hot dog real bad. What was that movie? Bridesmaids? Is that what that's from?
I don't remember.
Do not clip that.
They're clipping it now.
Yeah. Actually, I just shot myself in the foot, didn't I? Damn it.
I don't watch baseball, manual trader, so I did not stay up last night.
The game went 18 innings.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I was watching the other night when it was like 2-2, and then in the same inning it was 11-2, something like that.
Look at, gosh, ES, guys, just nonstop.
What's nonstop?
Yes, just dropping.
Oh yeah.
Milk, hot dogs, and acceptance. That's Merritt's legacy.
Tracy, Ma, the meatloaf.
I did see a dodgeball again over the weekend. Classic.
They hold up.
Yeah.
Freaking Ben Stiller, man.
This classic type of humor is not around anymore.
That was such an era of film. I know it's not like critically acclaimed stuff, but Dodgeball, old school.
Step Brothers.
Yeah, I mean all those. What Zoolander was the other one in that vein,
Zoolander.
right?
Wedding Crashers.
Oh, Wedding Crashers was my favorite movie for a long time. It's kind of like stuff, you know what I mean? Like maybe I'm just old, and chat help me out on this. Oh, something about Mary, that's another one. Are there less movies like those that are so dang quotable? Like I'm still I don't know if it's just because I'm old, that was like my, youth era or whatever, but like that stuff is so quotable. It's insane. What's coming out these days where people are walking around like with all these quotes that everyone knows? I don't think it's there.
Yeah.
Bring it back. We we all need Dave Chappelle right now more than anything. Let's just make fun of everyone.
Rat Race.
Rat Race. Oh my gosh.
Euro Trip. Oh, what was similar to Euro Trip? Were they driving around from
Harold and Kumar?
no. They confused the two cities. Uh what is it? It's around college campuses, but they're going to a city to save something in a bus.
People
Road
are saying
Trip.
road trip. I
Road
don't think
Trip.
I've seen that.
What?
I don't think I've seen it.
With Tom Green?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, Road Trip. That one was funny too. Look at the ES guys. Just
Am I going to need to go trade some ES? Okay, let's take a look here. Well, this is the inflection right here for the bulls. We could wick a little bit lower. We could maybe kind of run overnight lows, but like this is the bull inflection for the short term, outside of intraday uptrend. But as I said earlier, we are extended, and there could be Plenty of energy to the downside. To me, this is a great inflection around this, let's just call it 6908 area. If we can, I would lean long until proven otherwise, because we like to trade what is, not what we think will be. So the bulls have it above that area for short-term NADRO. And if it breaks below there, plenty of room to the downside. Again, dizzying that we might be in a downside scenario just as soon as people are wrapping their minds around all-time highs. Like it's wild. I still think there needs short-term, looking at order flow, El Tapo, things like that. I still think there's a stop run potential below this 0675. Super bad, exactly. I still kind of categorize that in that realm.
All right, so it looks like the weakness is just in cyclicals. Tech is still holding. I mean, I feel like tech will still hold as we have earnings coming up. So I'm thinking ES finds some support here. We're into that. So if I go back to my hourly structures here, ES is back testing the overnight breakout here. So scenario one is that we can back test this and bounce. Obviously, now we don't know if it'll bounce yet, but it's at the first area of support, while NQ has really not given up prior day highs. So in a more normal bullish environment, maybe we're not this extended. What we could see is ES bounce and then NQ lead to higher prices. But we're pretty extended, so it makes me think that we can see a little bit of a further pullback, maybe to overnight lows. But I usually don't look for shorts up here. Yeah, Kevin got it. But I mean, if you caught ES short, you're getting your points. NQ may follow here, but it needs to lose this 26,020 area.
Advanced decline and cumulative tick are decidedly negative. While other volume breadth metrics are actually bullish. So a little bit mixed on some of the breadth indications.
Wow, look at gold right back up.
You know how we do.
So I need to get along that. All right, so NQ just tested that zone while ES. Let me go back to that and see what it's doing. Really into that breakout from overnight. Wow, look at that jump in ES.
Oh.
Wow, NQ now back up to close to new highs. Something came out.
Tracy! Let's see.
That's why it's tough to short at highs for me. Maybe Merritt can do it. I don't think I can make a career out of it. Yeah, something came out, some news. But so far, it's a little bit of a range bound action here. I need a better structure here too. I mean, that was a good test of this support zone. And ideally now, if we can wedge up here, then we can have the structure that I want in order for me to consider a long here. But until then, I just have to wait. We're a little bit back and forth here since for 45 minutes now. Oh, we have news in 3 minutes. And this bounce in ES is the retest of 69.18. So if we can't reclaim that, right, and do something like that, then you know that we're gonna build some value under it, form acceptance under 69.18, aka prior day high, and then acceptance below prior day high, that gives me confirmation that it does want to continue lower. And look at this rejection right from there.
Consumer confidence here in a couple minutes, as well as new home sales. I mean, I look at the econ calendar these days, and I'm not even sure like what's actually coming out, or because it's just not that important to me. But anyways, that's what it says.
Yeah, I don't look at it. I get reminded of what's happening.
All right, gold looks like it's going to make this push into this critical inflection, which means I will be looking to flatten out. Let's see what it does.
Proud new all-time highs. Who's long that? It's beautiful. Bitcoin's
All right,
strong.
let's into it.
Oh, there you go. Look at that.
You know how we do.
That's where the action's at. I don't have any setup here. I think the best setup for me was at 9 a.m. on that pullback to 39.22.
Flat. Great trade. Gotta love the anytime you get in that, about like you did that last week on that that S&P long. Anytime you get that 0 ticks of MAE,
Oh yeah.
it's good stuff. Oh yeah.
Yeah, clip that.
I am not helping myself out on the clips front today, am I?
Wait, so did the news come
Don't
out?
do it, Austin.
Maybe a non-event for the news? I don't see anything.
Who knows, dude? Who cares? Just buy
Right.
gold.
So you get out full completely?
I'm out. Yep. Consumer confidence coming in at 94.6 versus the expected 93.4.
Remain range bound in NQ. ES is rejected pretty hard from that 69.18. And now if we can wedge up here, I can get a viable setup here for a potential trade. But if NQ cannot break lower, then this is a correction through time that will lead to a new push higher.
If today was the arena challenge,
How do you
I
think
would
you'd do?
already be probably flipped to short gold.
And you would have been stopped out?
No, 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 no. I mean, like, right, up here at the highs where I just came out of the trade, I'd say, okay, that's potentially a top. That's why I'm coming out of the trade, right? Is because it's potentially a top. So if you're going, full sicko mode, which I will, if you tune in next week, then lean on that area aggressively instead of the conservative exit into a target. If it's a good target, you might as well take the other position. Oh, that's right. Someone said yesterday we can't win the finals. Is that true? We're not eligible? I don't think that's true, but somebody said that, right? Trader H7 for the arena challenge we've been speaking of. Is it just like, oh, that's not a good look if we're putting on this big, cash event and someone kind of internal uh takes the cake? I guess that makes sense. 37K on 3 micros. How?
NQ remains pretty flat here. ES is holding this breakout. By breakout, let me go to the 15-minute. This is that range breakout that we broke out of. So we back tested it, and now we're attempting to reverse from there. NQ's holding up here. Let me see if we have some. Don't have that clear of a structure in NQ, but so we can say that if ES can continue to hold this back test of this breakout, we can reclaim 69.18. But right now we're sort of stuck between support and that 69.18 resistance. I feel like it needs a little bit of back and forth here to get a little bit more confirmation of where it will go. And then NQ, I think this one's higher. This keeps holding up here.
Yeah, Robert, the gold long was Nadro driven. It was a monthly extreme fade um, with a reversion to an imbalanced week, which is why you see me come out of the trade aggressively versus trying to hold some type of a runner, right? Because it's a play into dissonance, but it's a magnet. So it was a combination of those two higher time frames, and then you get the fresh condition shift on the intraday chart. Bada bing, bada boom. Nadro trading.
NQ pretty flat, sideways. Qs on the 5-minute, we're in this range. What did I miss?
So someone in the chat just said, I loved Merritt and Ted Lasso. Step off of me today. That was a slight little Seinfeld step off. Step off, George. Does Jim know that he says the Bitcoin? Does he know that he does that? It's kind of like the Batman. I am the Batman. Do other people call it the Bitcoin? Am I out of the loop on that? Or is that a Jim special?
Bitcoin.
Yeah, he calls it the Bitcoin every time. Every time he says it, he calls it the Bitcoin. And I love it. I love it. We should we should we should all adopt it.
All right, so NQ's developing good structure here now. We're continue to hold above prior day high. We're getting tight here. It's getting a little bit of a higher low inside this consolidation, higher high, higher low. If we can continue to build here, then I'll look for a long on a breakout and see if we can push up to new highs. Pretty sideways though since the open.
Thank you, Crude Walla. Very kind. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut from time to time. There's finally the sellers after we kind of wicked VWAP in gold.
All right, so I'm trying along here on this potential break.
Not a bad position.
My entry's a little bit on the aggressive side as I did not wait for the breakout.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a little choppy, but yeah, I
Yeah,
definitely see what you're seeing.
I'm not a fan.
There's the gold short. We should have theganed it. A CAGS coin. That's got a nice ring to it. I used to conserve some tennis balls in the 130s. Tennis was my jam. My shoulder's kind of messed up now.
I closed that. I'm gonna wait for the actual break here. I do like ES short, but we're at support.
No, I'm not an opening range guy. market, the S&P is kind of like shaken up, you know? It's like you had that huge spike and then it's kind of just like, okay, what's going on, right? Like I still think it's the bull inflection though.
Pretty flat. Again, trapping Thursdays again.
You talking to me? What was that?
I think we're getting our trapping Thursdays again for the indices. Tuesdays. We usually get that.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you're not very good at days of weeks, are you?
What?
The day of the weeks and when weekends are coming and stuff's not really like a strong suit of yours.
For what, Tuesdays, or what do you mean?
I don't know.
What do you mean, brother?
Were you just saying Thursdays and thinking it was Tuesday? Tuesday was Thursday?
Oh, what? I thought I corrected
You
myself.
kept
No,
saying Thursday, and I was like, what's he talking about? What's on Thursday?
I did say Tuesday after I caught that.
Okay. Yeah, right. So now we're okay. He's in the zone. Let him cook. Yes, we are indeed seeing little choppy chop here on this fine Thursday.
Yeah, it's pretty sideways. All right, so if ES cannot reclaim this, I mean, it's holding this back test of this breakout, just struggling to get up higher. I mean, these 5-minute candles are just back to back the last 20 minutes. Probably getting ready for a pullback here. If there's no follow through higher.
Yeah, whatever that little news spike was kind of threw a wrench into the flow. I mean, gold has barely moved since I exited that long.
Now it looks like I'll go through a stop here and then ES can reject. All right, I'm out of that. Does ES come back down now and take out, or maybe attempt to move to London slow? But NQ pretty flat since that spike. Yeah, it's been an hour, a little over an hour. Market remains strong though.
Fiber optic, there's no good trade location for me in the euro. The trade was either at last week's low. That was a Nadro setup as it stabilized around kind of that 162 region. That was certainly a good trade location, and then maybe kind of a second chance entry from that kind of overnight low or session low today. But then at these prices, we're too far away from it now.
I feel like gold can be choppy a lot, no? And best, from what I've seen, best ideas are probably mean reversion at extensions to avoid
Who
that.
wouldn't want to play mean reversion since August in gold? I don't know, man. I think I would say on average the S&P is on short-term charts choppier than gold is.
Are there certain time windows that you see where there's more volume in it? Is it like traditional RTH?
No, it has a different pit session. I believe it's 7:20 Central instead of the 8:30 equities open.
Okay.
Up until when does gold close? 12:30 Central, I believe. I believe and I think out loud. 1:30. Aslan, yes, I have traders that trade ags and softs.
Yeah, Tesla's firing on all cylinders. Another Sapien. I think this is a move for new all-time highs in Tesla. So I'm writing that.
Did you get involved when they did what did they do maybe like 3 or 4 years ago? It was was it an inverse split or whatever?
Yes.
Were you in on that?
Yeah. That was like my best. That was well, that and then also the big run into the S&P inclusion. Those were pretty
Yeah.
big runs.
Yeah. The
That
split, it
was
was if I recall, it was some negative, like you had to like take heat for a while during that sequence, right? But then it started
yeah.
the rebound and did really, really well. I thought about getting involved in that, but I didn't.
That was like one of the best names in 2020 to 2021.
Little case of what's not happening here in gold. Those sellers are, yeah, sure, they've defended VWAP in the sense that they've like stalled it out, but they've been unable to rotate this thing lower. So that's not good short term for bears. Not a trade opportunity for me, but that's the commentary.
This action here is just not interesting anymore.
How about now? Changing character on the tape there.
Yeah. So yeah, it does into 69.18. And Q remains flat, so maybe we've seen some rotation. Yeah, small caps RTY is strong now.
Burning Dawn. I don't have a platinum chart book. It's not a market I follow. Silver, gold, copper, more than enough to present me with opportunities in the comex space. I have had many mentors, absolutely. When I started, when I was still in,
You said 1995, right?
I got obsessed with markets, and I think it was 1999 when I was in the 6th grade, and I started reading books on trading and investing and stuff.
No, you
First
did
mentor
not.
I had, my parents, someone we went to church with, they brought me to. I was in the 6th grade. They brought
Really?
me to sit with them. They ran like an RIA or like a, I forget who they, no, it probably doesn't matter. They were like financial advisors, right? And they showed me some charts, and I remember them saying, like, like we don't lean on this stuff very heavily for what we do, but they were kind of like technical analysis people. They just were telling me, look for W's. You see the W's on the chart when you find W's? They were just kind of teaching me that. And then when I was in college, I was a molecular biology major, and then I watched the movie The Pursuit of Happiness, and I changed my major to finance the next day. And I owned one tie, and I put that tie on, and I walked across the street from my apartment complex into an investment advisor office, just cold walked in and asked for an internship and got an internship. And that gentleman mentored me.
It's
And
great.
then my older sister was an investment banker, fixed income, debt capital markets, that type thing. Um, she certainly helped me get a really good internship where I got to be able to sit on some actual both fixed income as well as FX institutional trade desks. And then the list goes on and on. The people, not only the leadership, but the traders, the high performing traders that I got to learn from at S&B. Merit talking like a proper furu. Get out of here. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You started early. In 6th grade, I was in ESL. So
Well, I mean, that's like, learning a language is a tremendous valuable and creative process. It's like music. I'll definitely have my kids involved with music. I just feel like it just expands the brain and the capacity for learning and creativity so much.
pretty flat. Yes, and Q. Gold is the place to be.
Still trying higher. Tips for getting internships. It is very attractive and endearing to see someone, a younger person, right, looking for an internship or something. It's very, very attractive to see them confident, but not cocky. Humble in terms of they don't know what they don't know. They're not trying to act like they've got it all figured out from a young age. They're wanting to learn. Confidence in terms of reaching out, things like that. A clear passion for the subject matter, showcased through things that you're actually doing, not just saying that you kind of like want. And then an emotional intelligence to be able to kind of communicate and and whatnot. You put those things together, you'll be able to land some internships and some jobs as a youngin.
Pretty divergent tape here. Yes, a little bit stronger, NQ a little bit weaker, but both are now filling out a range. Not much to do unless you're a scalper. Gold is the place to be. What's oil doing?
Well, you know what? You get to come in and have an internship every day with markets. That's for sure. And that's one of the most beautiful things. Chris and I, um, come from very different but similar type of backgrounds. Chris and I are blue collar. We are absolutely guys who, again, like, yeah, whatever. We did not have wealthy uncles or, connections into Ivy League or, all these kind of things. Yes, I did have a sister that was successful and helped me get an internship, that for sure. Um, but Chris and I are kind of scrappy, right? He has his story. I grew up on a dirt road and went to a horrible school and things like that. Um, we found markets, and you can all find markets. That is the most beautiful thing about this.
Oh, that's it?
Well, nobody hands it to you, and nobody, but at the same time, nobody can take it away from you, right? It's just open.
Yeah. The key thing that Mary and I have gone through and that other, have gone through is that the choices that you continue to make as you go through this journey continue to align with the goal that you started pursuing, right? A lot of times you're a certain time in and life happens. Choices then need to be different. Maybe you now have, you're starting a family. Maybe you now need to relocate. Maybe there's a life event where you need to help your family, right? Life happens, and therefore the choices that you make year two versus where you started change. But if you can somehow manage that and continue to make the choices that align with your original goal, that's where you can continue to iterate through your journey and reach where you want to reach, or else you're going to end up in somewhere completely different. Like how they say, I don't know the same, but in an airplane in its path, if it moves 1 inch different, it'll end up somewhere else.
Hmm.
That's how I see it. Like you have to continue to, I mean, it's a lot of sacrifices, right? And those are because of the choices that you need to continue to make. Um, Skipping jobs, skipping a salary job, right? When your parents are telling you, "Hey, why are you pursuing this when there's it's commission or you're not making consistent income?"
Oh yeah.
And you can, you're not uh, having a salary. Like my parents didn't understand that I was losing money. I was not choosing to learn this instead of pursuing a
Well, a lot
actual
of traders have to
career.
deal with those family pressures, family
Yeah,
spousal pressures, for sure. And it comes from a place of love. They're trying to look out for you. They want
absolutely.
something more stable for you, but you couldn't keep me away from markets no matter what.
It changed my life.
Merritt, why would you not have connections to an Ivy League school if you were a tennis guy? Not good enough for a scholarship? Bro, my parents would drop me off at Killen Park on Saturday morning, and I had a 5-gallon bucket of balls that I would hit against a wall for a couple hours by myself. That's that was my tennis upbringing. So yeah, I don't know why Harvard didn't reach out.
There's absolutely nothing happening in ES. Just stuck between support and resistance. Attempted again at 69.18, failed. NQ, can it break below this 26,000 area, or does it revert back up? Good short there if somebody caught that right from here. But we're seeing a little bit of rotation now back into, I mean, look at the strength in RTY. I want to put some on in the swing account. Let me see.
Yeah, Paolo, certainly, jokingly mentioned, if I was in the arena challenge, maybe looking for a short in gold, but then my later commentary was around, look, what's not happening, right? Sellers are not seeing this, even though I exited my trade into the VWAP area because I respected the potential bearish thesis from that zone. Sellers have not taken control from there, right? It's been a case of what's not happening. So, no, yeah, like, is a down rotation the most likely type of rotation short term from here? Sure, but I don't love it. I absolutely don't love it. It's not a good trade location across multiple time frames. It's just that we're at this kind of like weekly inflection, and so far we haven't seen anything from sellers.
A lot of strength in RTY. So ES can reclaim the 69.18. NQ is pretty range bound. See if it holds here and bounces back up, or if it can start holding here and then a break lower. We have mags now coming back down while we rotate into cyclicals.
Dom replays. Happy to answer your question, but I don't. When you say divergence, what is divergence? Divergence requires two things, right? Diverging from each other. What do you mean by that?
You get rotation or follow through. Well, what does he mean by that? Rotational follow through via divergence.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
So you're like, you're long ES, but then there's follow through in NQ.
But it's choppy. We'll see what he says. Pickleball's fun, but it's not something I would ever get serious about. Maybe that's
Merritt doesn't like fun, apparently.
maybe Merritt doesn't like fun. Maybe that's it. No, I'll keep my opinions to myself, but I like tennis. I like golf.
SMT at the lows, Solino? Yes. Yeah, but to me, I don't consider those as For me to consider something like a divergence between the indices or an SMT, both need to be in a downtrend into support, and then the SMT shows up. Right here, you just have completely different types. I mean, ES has been going up since for the last 30 minutes, and NQ has been going down for the last 30 minutes. So for me to then at that point say there's an SMT, the structures weren't there in the first place.
The euro is moving. Soybeans still going higher.
Look at that rotation. ES back up to 18. It's still struggling here a bit, but it's done pretty a good job from those lows. It really needs to reclaim this 18 zone and just getting rejected again for now. If it can form some acceptance up here, then it can set up a push to new highs. But really, both indices are sort of range bound.
Look at this down and up in the euro. Look at it. You can look at it on the this 30-minute chart, just to give you the scale of.
Oh yeah.
That's a move.
If NQ fails here, I'd love to look for a move lower into 980s and then see if a buy opportunity sets up there for me. Nice rejection so far. Yes, pretty flat. Almost for an hour now. I calculate my risk based on percentage of the account. The points that you risk will then be different across every trade. To me, that's not important. It's the percentage that I'm risking the account. If I'm risking 1%, that can be 5 points or that can be 20 points. Well, what changes are your contract size. Whether you do one contract or 5 contracts to allocate for that risk that you're taking. What do you do, Merritt?
Start with capital constraints, whether that's whatever your risk of ruin is, whether that's a personal account, prop firm risk limits, whatever it is. From there, come up with kind of a daily loss limit that you'd like to have. From there, how many attempts per day do you need? Which gives you what I call an R value, a dollar amount that you want to risk per trade. And then for every trade that you take, size it appropriately to try to target that risk level for each trade. All right, so Dom Replays is coming back to us about following up on his question, or hers. 95% chance I'm the him guess is right. So they shorted and scaled out. However, forming a wedge. Other sectors showing bullishness. Price hasn't revisited above kind of his entry area, but the sectors are rotating. This is a process question. This is not something that Chris or I could answer and say, Oh yeah, let me tell you. Here's how you handle that. What's your edge? Where does your edge degrade? What type of sector rotation or severity of it or whatever you're tracking historically for your trades indicates that you should now be out of the trade. That's the answer. We can't answer that for you, especially me. Chris might could shed some insight on some of that stuff, but that's not an area that I have any expertise in.
It's a yeah. So you're short and tech is weak. Don't you want that?
To me, it's just the most common example of traders needing help, which is they don't have an ironed out process, right? And that's okay. We all have to start somewhere, but that should be the number one priority is getting clarity around idea generation, entry, execution, timing, and tactics, your risk plan, which includes sizing and different philosophies on that as we've gone through, and your trade management scheme. You have to your number one goal as a newer trader, as a trader who's trying to start to tap into any a level of consistency should be around honing in your craft, your edge, um, your process, and iterating on it and being consistent with pieces of it so that you can begin to measure of it so that you can begin to measure it. If you're not consistent with any parts of your approach, you can't really measure anything because you're not doing something repeatable. That's how you must, I believe, begin as a trader. You can earn the right over time to layer in more discretion, but you really do have to earn that right. Austin asks, how do you pay yourself when trading? Weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, basis percentage of earnings. I think for traders who are not trading on a desk, therefore they don't have a risk manager that knows what they're doing and the ability to lock them out and things like that, right? Some oversight, which is just critical for long-term success, I believe. A reason why I believe that trading prop or whatnot is real prop is a big deal for longevity, for building a real career versus just, chasing a payout. So if you're not in that situation, I believe that you should only keep in your trading account the amount of money. Think of it like operating capital, right? And you know what that number is based on how you're currently trading, the size you're currently trading, the risk you're currently taking. Have that kind of base level, and it doesn't really matter. At the end of every week, whatever, pull out anything over the top of that. Pull out anything that's going to be sitting there unused, susceptible to you going on tilt or something happening, um, some execution mistake, not leaving an order in that you didn't know about, all kinds of things, and pull out the rest. It's a risk management tactic more so than I want to pay myself XYZ. That's how I would suggest people initially approaching account balance, withdrawals, those kind of things.
To me, acceptance is structure and price action, which is developed through time, but not a certain time. Like I can't say like 30 minutes or an hour.
Yeah, and Austin, absolutely take advantage of any and all of the tech features from Trade of 8, NinjaTrader, from wherever, to set limits and whatnot to protect yourself from yourself. I know that's something that um, I can speak to. For a long time, I wondered if I could ever control my risk as a trader. I just had a really, really hard time getting consistent with that. I don't struggle with it now, but man, I used to.
With
Bad.
what?
Tilts, blowing up,
Hmm.
putting on max risk just because I'm trying to make back P&L for the day. Just total, total animal.
You just get tired of losing, of going through the pain of your mistakes.
Or even how you're framing that, right? People and myself in the past saw losing trades as like an attack on me, right? An attack on my
Yeah.
self-worth, right?
Yeah.
All of those things, which is what triggers up all that nasty stuff. If you rewire the belief systems about what trading is, about the inherent randomness in markets that you'll never be able to avoid, all those things, that is what frees you up and allows you to not become perfect. We're all going to make mistakes. But no, that's the point, Dallas, is that losing should not burn emotionally. That's the entire point. It's why you hear people take like packs, all the pain and everything that they've experienced over their careers, and they come up with all these ways of rephrasing things and talking to themselves. He gets adamant and refuses to even allow people around him to call losses, losing money and trading losing, because he has so strongly ingrained in himself this concept that losing is not bad. Therefore, he calls it, I take expenses. It's part of my running my business. I take expenses, right?
Yeah.
This is what traders do who've survived long enough to rewire their belief systems, right? You have to do that. Mark Douglas was the first person I ever read about who says in order to be a successful trader, first you have to change the way you think about these things. David says, my expenses are running wild right now.
And if you don't go through that process, guys, you won't be able to trade the size that you need to in order to be able to extract a certain amount for income, for life, etc.
Yeah.
Like dealing with these emotions now at the dollar level, you need to go through that. You should be wanting to experience that at this level, or else you won't be able to get through significant dollar losses, which can only be, a certain percentage of the account. But if you don't control those, or find a way to familiarize yourself with those emotions now, then you won't be able to trade, or you won't be able to grow the account to a point where you can, risking 1%, let's say you went from $200 to now $10,000, you won't be able to get to that.
Yeah. That, and starting at the low levels, thinking of trading in terms of units of risk and those type of things instead of dollar amounts, that makes it much mentally easier to scale up, because now all of a sudden you're not so focused on, oh, bigger dollar amounts. That's different. I'm scared of that. No, 1R, 2R. You're
Yeah.
focused on those kind of things, and you know your how many R per day that you have in terms of available risk, and
Yep.
oh, nice, that was a 3.6 R winner. That type of thing. The game can become the same as you scale up. If you make it all about dollars, all of a sudden the dollars change and you pucker up a bit.
I went through a drawdown once. It was only 10%,
Hmm.
but it was a significant six-figure drawdown.
Hmm.
Uh, but if I had not gone through the process of learning how to go through those emotions with a much, much, much smaller account, then, I mean, that was quite a
Just
lot.
collapse under that pressure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, and it took me 4 months to recover that, but I just had to really commit and focus.
And I always love to say that, my friends, is where true confidence in trading comes from. True confidence in trading comes from more so the valleys rather than the peaks.
Yeah.
Because if you know you can handle the worst that you might throw at yourself, that the market might throw at you, if you know you can handle the worst, that frees you up to just be at your best and let go in a sense. And there's so many benefits to that mentally.
Yeah, you know what you're capable of. You start to execute better. It makes you become that trader that you want to be. And yes, doing absolutely nothing.
Which is why we're having mentoring hour here.
And yeah, they're both pretty flat here. It's how to recover drawdowns with Merritt and Chris.
Question about R. Does it have to be exact fixed risk to measure it properly, or can you just base it on the risk you took for that trade? No, that's not a stupid question. It's a question that comes up all the time, right? So I'm going to use extreme examples to help frame this. If you took a trade and you risked $100 on it on trade one, and you made $200, you'd say, okay, I risked 1R and I made 2R, right? If 10 minutes later you take a second trade and you risk $1,000 and you lost 1,000, right? So minus 1R, you would say, well, I took two trades today. I made 2R on the first trade and I lost only 1R on the second trade. Well, we all know that's how do we describe that? It's wrong, it's weird, it's not accurate, it's deceiving, right? It's odd. It's and not only that, but we're going down into theoretical land here, but I feel very passionately about this. As short-term technical traders, you have no freaking clue which of the next trades are probably going to be winners, which are probably going to be losers. You just don't. Track it for a while. Prove it to yourself if you do or if you don't. So why would we want to 10x our risk on one trade because of some conviction levels or something? It's not. So R, in my opinion, does equal dollars, Aramis. That's kind of my point. An R value should be connected to dollars so that we can keep it consistent. And so when we talk about I made 3R today, it's meaningful, it's a real thing.
Yeah.
When you don't open up randomness in terms of varying that risk trade after trade. There's a lot of reasons for it. I feel like I didn't do my best job there of describing it, but it's a big deal.
Yo, yo.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Slow day, huh?
Yeah.
Did you guys take any trades at all?
I tried one, no luck. He got a good gold one, huh?
Oh yeah, I caught the low in gold and wrote it up to VWAP.
Gold longs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really narrow in Q today. I'm deciding what I want to do with this trade. I'll probably leave this break even. Yeah, I was looking at gold. I do want a gold trade because it's moving. Obviously missed a long, so I'm looking for a short opportunity. This is quite a 1 hour bar, so I'm pretty hesitant. I want to see certain things. I want to see a failed volume build, which is could potentially be this one. We're right outside in the low volume area now on the breakdown. So if they can hold that volume here, we can maybe try a move down. I'm gonna give that some time. I think I just got stopped at break even on my NQ long. Yep. So I think the focus might be on gold for this session for me, but we'll give it time. NQ, wouldn't be surprised if it works lower, but it's not setting up a great way for me to get access yet. Do have absorption here, 1, 2, second attempt off of a lower low, so maybe it'll grind lower, but I am not comfortable taking it with this kind of profile just yet. So I think it might be gold. Um, 2 attempts up here. We'll see. We'll see. But
Middle of
as I
middle of
understand it,
VWAP area, it's gotten a little bit grindy versus some of like the really cleaner rotations we were seeing earlier. So
yeah. Yeah, this was, would you log off like these lows right here at the open?
exactly. Yep.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, that's a nice one. Kept
Yep.
just stair stepping up
Took
clean.
half off at that stop run above that that little double top before that, and then the rest into kind of the VWAP area there.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's
I
a
feel
nice one.
very fortunate to have taken what I have from markets in general today because there's just not a lot of opportunity.
Super slow, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a little tricky, but we'll see what we can do.
Bro, I lost a lot of money on you yesterday. I'm not gonna lie.
People keep betting the house on me. I don't know
I was
why.
on Polymarket. I was just
Uh,
banging that
the
XYZ win for 10 cents
competitions,
on the dollar. I thought there was great value on that, and I got wrecked.
the competitions are hard. You know what? I realized I cannot just be slinging five at the same time. It's a different mentality, right? You're not trying to trade a process anymore. This is more of like I need the biggest P&L.
Yep.
It's not even about P&L protection anymore. It's I need to be the biggest P&L. You've got to have leverage on at all times somewhere. Um,
Man,
yeah,
even beyond that, one of the reasons why I attribute not being the best intraday news-driven stock trader is because I think there's a personality match with like being able to. I always say I felt like a chicken running around with his head cut off, trying to chase like a dozen different equity names with news, tape
yeah.
bombs and everything going. It's like I really like to lock in on something, and go deeper. So it's tough trying to trade multiple names. It's tough. It's not suited for everyone, that's for sure.
I think the next for the championship round, I'm only gonna stick to NQ and gold. I if so all my gains yesterday were yeah, I had some oil. It was like super small, didn't move. 6E and most of it, a huge chunk was gold. And I was like, if I had only traded gold, because it was the only one that moved, the the leaderboard would be totally different. So next time I'm just gonna do um NQ and gold for sure.
Yeah. All right.
Uh,
I
yeah, I'm
think
out
our
of here,
time's up
guys.
here, brother.
All right, Chris needs to leave, so we gotta let him go as
Yeah,
I take a stop in gold.
I gotta go get some blood work done.
Cool. Good luck, brother.
Thanks.
Chat, much love. Great questions today. Take care. We'll see y'all next time.
All right, you
Good luck,
guys take
XYZ.
care.
See you guys.
Later, X. Bye.
All right, well, that NQ long was good. I should not have put that stop break even because it came exactly there, and now the move is happening back through the range. But nonetheless, good morning, chat. Hey, Shy. Why the long? Failed breakdown right here. They did find a good chunk of buying. Came up and they retested that spot right here where volume tapers. No go. So I got long right here. Wanted the open for my first set of take profits. Got close, came back, took me out, and held where I got in prior. So that is the long mismanaged. I really shouldn't have put it break even. Gave it a little bit more room. Maybe like even 6 points. Just 6 points of room would have made sense and worked out. So you move on. Gold still just uptrending here. Pretty bullish continuation, 1 hour, these two bars. So be patient, let it shake out. We'll see if NQ wants to extend range. We're only looking at 86. Our vol is pretty low. 67 like it was yesterday. The higher time frame, we do see yesterday's value. Globex kind of digested this upper range, and now we are building firmly above it. So if they can leave this range behind, we can potentially find some shorts on the way back down. Or if they just keep holding this range right here, it will not go down. So simply put, right now I'm looking for shorts only for gold, shorts or nothing. I think he's pretty tricky. Pretty tricky. Up 2K in gold. Nice, man. Yeah, that's a good, I think, yeah, this is a wrong IB. This is indexes. So ignore this IB in gold, guys. Gold open is way earlier. What's on the wrist? Presidential, you are correct. It is the presidential. Yes. So I gotta trade gold to make it back, you know? Mandy says, send me a DM. Where'd you DM me at? Playbook is ready. I think they're working on last final touches for the website. So it'll be on there, but I think it's all ready. At the same time, I don't know. So pinch of salt. I said this week. I didn't say this week. Leo said this week. So
Esto
you can air
no
out your
es Europa,
grievances with the
es
big cat
Mérida, Yucatán.
if
Y sí,
necessary.
este es el transporte público. Es el único lugar en todo México con transporte de primer mundo. Para subir debes de pagar con tu tarjeta o celular. Eso sí, no aceptan efectivo. Cuesta solo 12 pesitos. En realidad están muy cómodos y amplios. Tienen aire acondicionado y muchos asientos. A mí me tocó ir parada porque había bastante gente. Pero fuera de eso están bastante gente. Pero fuera de eso
Unlike
están
in
muy bien.
arena
Para
competitions,
tomarlo
I
tienes
can
que
sit
esperar
here and
en
do
estas
nothing.
paradas y de igual manera para solicitar la parada. Esto
okay with
no
it.
es Europa, es Mérida,
We'll do just
Yucatán.
that.
Y sí,
This is literally
este
like
es
we
el
know we're
transporte
gonna
público. Es
What the
el
market
único
does
lugar
from
en todo
here
México con
doesn't
transporte.
really matter.
Like.
Willing to give this a shot if we can start trading in the 60s. Note again.
Like.
La cabrita. ¿Es una cabrita, va? Está chistosa. No, pensé que era un perro. No, me sacó de onda. Dije, es un perrito.
Qué hermoso todo, la verdad, hay muchos disfraces, toda la gente vende. Mira esas momias, miren, este es el disfraz, este es un marihuana. El disfraz es así se ven. Mira, ay.
No.
Qué
I'm leaving Friday morning, so I will be streaming today. Today closed, tomorrow closed, and Thursday open. Chris.
This is the best day of my life, Molly.
You're still grinding up the goal.
This is the best day.
You look lonely. I can fix that.
Let's see.
You look lonely.
Yes. I rarely trade yes because it's kind of like getting the same exposure. So when I started futures, it was ES, and eventually I tried in Q, and I found that within Q I just meshed more with it. It provided more, especially like scalping because it's a little bit and ever since then it was just better. Because in this game you do have to
¿valió la pena?
Que sí valió la
it can
pena.
take forever for ES to not only set up give access to but play out. So, let's just say ES and Q is the same thing. If someone taking like long ES puts long you could have been paid like 2-3 times more in the long position in Q. But ES is still trying to
It's a small problem we're having.
so because of that I pretty much
I
stuck
can't
with Q.
be the only
when ES
one
provides like
who
bigger
hears
ranges,
you.
I'll do both. Yeah. So what I do, who's gonna give me the access? If it's ES, I will take ES. And if and when NQ also sets up that access, I will also put on.
Comadre, ¿cómo va? Voy bien, comadre.
On NQ.
Aquí estoy, avanzando.
I would be in
Y que nos cricriquen.
But
Y no importa
if
porque
I'm getting
aquí
access
nos
to
mantenemos.
NQ first,
Tiende tu cama
I'm
en
gonna
30.
ignore, the ES ladder and just sit on my
I've
NQ
been really
exposure.
trying, baby.
I think the thing is that if I can get exposed to NQ, if I get exposed to ES, I will focus more on via NQ if it sets up. But if ES provides so with NQ, if it's NQ first, it's going to be NQ. Hope that makes sense.
注意，
Where am I going?
有情况，
Tokyo, Osaka,
发现目标，
Fuji, back to
准备，接炮。
I'll work with trade. Absolutely. Yeah. In the beginnings, yes. What's up, Norse? You don't want to trade yesterday, so boring. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that already. I mean, NQ's already pretty uninteresting, I'm gonna be honest. Gold's moving, but it's not moving in the direction that I'm willing to go with it, so hands off on that. Um, Someone on the chat thinks I'm ignoring them. Not sure how. I don't know if I'm gonna buy anything out there. Usually, I'm only just thinking about buying watches. But the prices in Japan, although they were very good, they are not as good as they were years back, especially pre-COVID. They're more or less catching up slowly. The global market. That and a sliding market. So, I mean, in all things luxury, right? It could be designer goods or cars, luxury cars, watches. The markets themselves have been softening, so for the first time, I'm not like really prioritizing trying to snag something, although not off the table, obviously. 1 hour volume profile, yes. Wait, no. My 1 hour chart has 24-hour profiles and 5-day rolling. Yeah, I've been to Kyoto a bunch of times. I think I've actually been to Kyoto every time I've been in Japan. I think I'm going again from Osaka because it's not too far out. Yu-Gi-Oh cards or Pokemon cards? No. I've always thought about just slamming a bunch of money down, building the craziest Yu-Gi-Oh deck and going to duel. I know nothing about it, by the way. Yeah, as a kid, you'd watch it, but as far as how the duels work, like in those actual little card places, I have no idea. But one day, perhaps you will see. I will become Kaiba himself and just buy a deck and go duel. It's like a side quest, you know? Just get Stoa Timex Max. Just maybe I should get him a watch for Christmas, man. Maybe like a little Hello Kitty something. Joe Bader. I'm flipping through stuff. I'm flipping through a bunch of different stuff. Don't want to stay like super zoomed in or like lost in the sauce. So I always look through different things, even like on other stuff I have out here. I have other time frames and all that. Yeah, don't want to get lost in the sauce. You want to stay objective. What's happening, what's not. Yeah, no, I always like you where I am, there are a few, right? Even like when you go to like K-Town, like I'm always out there to eat. And you'll see these like little what would you call them? Like they're like we'll just say I'm gonna call them what do you call them? Um I don't want to say like a dueling center, but it's like we'll say like it's like a nerdy store, like a nerd store where it's cards, it's anime stuff, it's action figures, right? And you see people dueling there, and I'm always like, man, one day I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna buy myself a deck. I'm gonna get my ass in there. Yeah. Yeah, as a kid, I loved Pokemon, I'll tell you that much. That was my thing. Had all the cards. At some point, my parents just threw them all away as I grew up. So that sucked because apparently they're worth something now. Oh, yeah. One side quest that I think about from time to time is just becoming Kaiba, becoming Seto Kaiba at some point. Just spending my money on a really sick deck and going in there and just in my mind, I'm obliterating nerds, but we'll see what the reality is. What is recommended NQ delta consecutive bars? Recommended? I mean, I don't know. I use 1 minute. Uh, delta threshold. If you're talking about delta map, I don't use the gradient coloring bars, so better to ask Leo or Stowe for their settings. I just use basic open close, like up or down color. I don't have gradient coloring. I just prefer to look at order flow through my own lens. So you wearing an Eagles hat or blue eyes? It's whatever you want it to be. Yeah, can you just have a deck like full of blue eyes and Exodia cards, and at some point RNG will have you win the game? Is that a thing? Shredded thousands of dollars in baseball cards? Why? Like unknowingly? Oh, basketball cards, dude. When I was a kid, I spent so much of my parents' money on basketball cards. I've always loved basketball, so yeah, basketball cards. I got a LeBron rookie card, and years down the line, I was like, oh, this must be worth so much right now. Maybe it was like 10 years ago or something. I Googled it and I found eBay listings. All right, chat. Yeah, I need to buy the arm thing and all. Well, you know that thing they wear on their arm when they pull the cards out? Yeah, just go in with a robe and like the arm gadget. All right. That's the look. That's the new modern Kaiba. It's no more trench coat, whatever it was. It's a robe. But yeah, guess what the LeBron rookie card is worth right now, chat? Is Barkley back or lucky game? He always has his way with the Giants, and that was one run. He did have other good runs. Good. I mean, he had the pass touchdown, but I don't know. I still don't like their play caller. I don't like their offensive coordinator. Kevin Patullo needs to be fired. He doesn't need to be fired. He needs to be put in prison, and that's that. That's what I think. He needs to be put in prison. Why did I decide to dump CVD? I've never had CVD. I don't like CVD. It's just not good with me. And, everyone's got their own thing, right? CBD just doesn't work for me. You take setup to pull the dragon. Pot of greed. All pot of greed. Right? That's the thing where you just pull more cards or something, right? All pot of greed and blue eyes and Exodia cards. That's the build. AJ Brown was out. AJ Brown has been injured since before the start of the season with the hamstring. I don't know why now. Well, obviously it can get worse as you play, but yeah, that's been an issue for a while. But now it's enough of an issue for him to sit. So I don't know how, I mean, I know in football, hamstring injuries in particular take a while to get through. So I don't know how long or how it will affect further games from AJ. I know Devontae kind of had a hamstring thing too. I think he seems fine now. But AJ did have issues with separation early in the season, separating from his defender. And obviously, you attribute that to an injured hamstring, but he is still AJ Brown, so I mean, he's strong. 5 mil, 1 mil, 7,000 ES points, $3,000, $40, $10,000. It's as of 10 years ago, I haven't checked recently. On eBay, the same card was listed at $25. So it's not that special, unfortunately. $25 LeBron James rookie card. Maybe now it's like $35. Who knows? Worth 1K and now it's peanuts. That's surprising. I thought it would just continue to go up, especially after they retire and stuff, right? Monster Reborn. I don't even know what that is. My Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge is quite limited, so I might be coming into the duel with what I think is the sickest deck, and it's just complete dog shit. It's possible. Upper deck rookie card 5.2 mil. No, that's definitely not. No, I probably have the lowest value LeBron James rookie card in existence. That's probably the one that I have. Who's not the GOAT? Full of gluten, that's funny. You guys just Googling basketball cards now? You should check on that, Dallas B. Has LeBron ever actually said that he's the GOAT? I mean, we all know anyone who follows basketball, you know LeBron says a lot of stuff. LeBron is top one all-time capper. Top one, if nothing else. See. Nah, for me, it's always going to be MJ, man. It's always going to be MJ. He was the first one to defeat the aliens from outer space in the greatest movie of all time. Dude, what am I supposed to do with this market? Look at this. Jeez. Should have just closed my eyes and longed gold at some point. Most talented of all time. Yeah, I mean, LeBron came in with like really, it was a crazy situation, right? I remember before his draft, it was like football strength, basketball speed, obviously with basketball talent. So this guy was like the ultimate phenom, the ultimate basketball specimen out the gate. I mean, and he's proven it to be absolutely correct. He's playing in his like 45th year now. He's like 64 years old. And there will be games where he can showcase that he is capable of being a top five player. I don't think he's a top five player anymore, but if someone said they thought he was, I wouldn't call him crazy. If Wemby stays healthy, everything changes. There will be a new best, greatest of all time, a new most talented of all time. So and so. Watching Wemby has been crazy. I was telling one of my buddies, watching the Wemby games this year, the last time I was in this much awe of a basketball player was Vince Carter. And that was like, I don't know, 65 years ago. But for anyone old enough to have seen Vince Carter play, like actually watch him play, that was the last time. I was like, damn, this guy is insane. Spurs for all for now, but they haven't played any really elite teams. The Mavs were supposed to be elite. They are certainly not elite right now. But yeah, they haven't really played any really elite teams. We'll see. Steph Castle is still too turnover prone, which kind of sucks to see, but Jordan is the GOAT, yes. Edge alert. Crude oil trading session lows. So oil wants to move today. Now the oil wants to move, unlike yesterday. Nothing else wants to move. Still keeping an eye on gold. I think it's going to be gold. I'm not sure ES or NQ will do much at all, so. Yeah, honestly, my favorite era of basketball still has been when it was like VC, like Vince Carter, Allen Iverson, T-Mac, Kobe, even like Steve Francis was balling. I mean, I don't know if people remember Steve Francis, but yeah, like what a time that was. Obviously, like Dirk Nowitzki and stuff, but that Vince Carter, Allen Iverson series, the Sixers Raptors series, was one of the greatest ever. The playoff series where Vince Carter missed that last shot. Yes. Whoever's old enough, you know what I'm talking about. Spurs did what in 2013? 2013 was that heartbreak, heartbreak finals when LeBron got them. Ray Allen got them. And then that led to that was the catalyst for the greatest Spurs team we've ever seen, 2014. Stowe, someone in chat asked where you are. They were like, "Where's your best bud, Stowe?" He literally, I think he said that in verbatim. Where's your best bud, Stowe? So good morning, Stowe. We're just talking huh, baseball cards, basketball cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Yu-Gi-Oh dueling, football, basketball, anything but the NASDAQ is what's going on the stream right now. Tried a gold short earlier, somewhere here, right here. Got stopped on that, and that's been it. Wemby has been going insane. Yes. Jokic is still the best, you say? It is only a 4-game sample size. for Wemby. So I appreciate that. Yes, I can appreciate that. Still, it's Jokic. That's definitely the proven one. I would say my number one is Jokic. Yeah. There was a time, I think it was when Jimmy Butler was on the Heat. I think right before maybe when I was like, if you can put Jimmy Butler and Jokic on the same team, that team might three-peat. Obviously never happened, but those were the two players at the time, Jimmy Butler and Jokic, that I thought would go so well together. High IQ players. But he's in Golden State now. All right. All right. All right. Let's see what happens. So when something finally happens, you just kind of want to be as patient as possible and see what they do with it, what kind of choice the market makes. It's always going to make choices. So a lot of times this could be a final, like, they're going to finally break. They're going to get to the edge. And ultimately the choice is we're still not going to do anything outside of the edge. And that's when you can take it back in or just continue to do nothing. What you'd want to see is the market continue through, find follow through, which is volume, find interest, come back, and that will be where it makes the next choice. Are the participants who drove us out still willing to transact at those prices? What was the edge? Simple as that. So that's what we're going to wait for. Thought I'd be able to get a gold trade before an NQ trade, but maybe not. NQ's tape is ES's tape too. It's pretty. Someone's had enough. Someone's had enough. So NQ it is. Let's see what they do. Oh, this is a responsive offer still. Very responsive. High time frame, similar possible. Loses volume and kind of like a move through. Decent runway. So it just tested this lower part of value. So a lot of buying down there in the 10s, in the 7s. We are trading the 30s almost. Let's see if they'll step in with an offer. All right, guys. So it's not that they found like super crazy offer lifting down there. It's that they ran into a thicker bid than they would have liked. Well, there's no scenario where I catch that long, so that's just not my play. Yes, IB low break. Back to the scene of the crime. See what they do. ES found taper as well. Bought up naturally. Back in the thick of it. Gold still nothing. Yeah. Quite a candle on the 5-minute for both products. We'll see. Cool. See ya, Zelino. Thanks for hanging out. So my thing now is as the market came down, right? We were patient. We waited for them to maybe make a choice, seemingly made their choice. They're not gonna go any lower. And knowing that, does that make me want to offer this? No, it doesn't because right now I'm coming off of the information that the market decided down here that there's no one willing to push further. If we have that information now, we had it prior. Check this out, right? This was a buyer that stepped in. They came back to that spot and the selling stepped off. So now that I know that the market made this decision at the spot now, I'm just not interested in shorts. I'm not interested in longing this spot either. So that's that. Sometimes you just do nothing. If I was in Arena Cup right now, though, I'd probably be shorting this. Full clip short. Got to put something on. Probably would have flipped long gold long ago. Like after this, I would have just flipped it long. Just be sitting in this. But yeah, to me that was a pretty key decision here. Had the chance, got to the spot, and this is something that I have a whole thing on in my playbook too. Waiting for the market to make choices at key spots. This was something that should relay a lot of information. And if everyone's seeing this, right? If everyone's seeing that, hey, there's just going to be no participation down here, this is likely when other, like the breaks on the other side tend to happen. When the market's like, all right, look, we've done this twice. It's been the same choice. If anyone's still looking to buy, they pretty much know now that they're not going to be able to really buy these lower prices. So there's a chance that buying can flood in at these break points and push price. Unless obviously there's a thick enough offer, then you just continue to do nothing. But to me, that's the function of the market. I don't know if I'll ever trade NQ again after this gold trade. Oh, long gold, huh? You must be long gold. Gold has been paying me a lot more than NQ past week and a half. Actually, no, NQ's been paying more, but the gold trades have been better. I'll say that much. If I had as many gold trades as NQ trades, yeah, it'd be gold paying more. The range is so insane that you have to be very careful with your sizing and your leverage because of the range. It's actually insane. I was definitely taken by surprise when I traded gold last week for the first time in 2 years. Much different market. NQ been tough or I'm in a slump? I think NQ's definitely been trickier. It could be both, right? It could be in a slump because NQ's been tricky. Seller's worthless. A tale as old as time, right, Nick? I just needed to turn on my buddy's stream to hit PT. Were you were you short? Were you long? Oh, you were short. I saw. That was the short scalp for the Arena Cup. Oh yeah, like oh, if I was in the Arena Cup, I would just slam short right here. Yeah, but that's not how I trade. I like more pieces together, honestly. I'm very happy to just do nothing. But in the competitions, I cannot do nothing. I need leverage everywhere because I need the biggest P&L possible, and that leads to the worst P&L possible. So it says, yeah, I was short. I gave up there. Yeah, you and every other seller. Daniel Rodriguez, my man. Good morning. Yeah, ES looks like way better continuation downside than NQ. NQ is just middle of the range. Gold's not giving me a short setup. Not yet, at least. Could follow NQ short base. The tape is still pretty offer. I'll try 2 for now. Short leash. If it really gets continuation downside of this volume, I'll add, but for now, as much room as I'm willing to give. They do have a reloading offer still, so. Obviously, I will also flatten this if they don't move it. But there is a reloading offer here. Trying to see if they are willing to replace a reloaded bid with more offer. And if they don't, I flatten. If they get some really good continuation, I will put more on. Really following ES tape here, which is finding a passive buyer. I'm flattening that. Flattening that. Yes, it's still selling this range, but there's a passive bid for sure. So I'm still watching. Don't like holding into heat, so I flattened that right away. That was probably like 1 point loss or something like that. Still keeping an eye on this pressure. Either they get a pretty good crack or they're just going to lose this and it's going to bid right up. They're lifting offer pretty heavy now. We're looking at almost 200 lots cumulative. So because there's actually buying stepping in, if they can trade below buyers now, which is into the 32s, 31s, this could see downside acceleration. But I'm looking at the buyers 34, 35 right now. And I want to see what happens to that chunk of order flow. Don't want to fade it. But if they get ran against, we could take some downsides. ES is still trying to chew through this bid. $39s, 30 lots, 42 lots. Gold still grinding. So yeah, big buyer, 33s, 34s, 35s. They're getting continuation right now. Good thing I flattened that thing. So back to doing nothing. Still under 100-point range in Q2. Shoo. Let's see. Stupid NVIDIA. ES overnight low for you and Nick. ES put in a much better effort trying to sell this than NQ. I'll say that much. There's a lot of sell down there, but that could be a problem as well. Ox Acer. Is that how you say your name? I hope it is. I appreciate the compliment. And hope you stick around, man. Also, please hit the like and hit the subscribe button. DX is short. That was great when you said earlier about waiting for the market to make decisions. That is what I needed help for sure. Yeah, if or whenever the playbook is out, there's a huge chunk that is about just doing that. And I do give some scenarios. Actually, I give a lot of scenarios about what it can look like when the market makes decisions and what it can lead to. And I think that will clear a lot of things up for you. So it's a huge part of my process is if I can look at a chart and I feel like there are still a lot of decisions to be made, there are less things for me to do. So as the market makes a decision somewhere at a reference point, it's likely going to lead to the next reference point. And then you kind of take it step by step, informing your overall, it could be a bias, it could be a plan, it could be a trade thesis. Yeah. Gave up on the show. XY sitting here through this deserves a like and it's free. Yeah, please. This is actually like it is dog shit. Yeah. So please hit the like. Hit the like. We tried to make it work and there are just no trades. Plenty of time left in the day, so I don't really feel too bad about it. I'm not in a hurry to do anything. Plenty of trading days out there. Plenty of hours left in the market. What's the hurry? Will continue to eye gold for potential short in this recent consolidation. So this is overlapping here. We've got downside pressure led to eventually a break, a good build, right? This is that down move coming back. We're going to look at this overlapping value here, or overlapping volume, we'll say. It's 2 nodes. So this is like a way I would mark out my stuff right here. Coming from these two. Should be interesting. If they are going to find an offer, it should be in here, right? This was the move, came up, trapped the effort, maintained the offer. So this offer should still be present here. So if this offer does not work, we are likely going to see a reversal. So they'll probably test downsides here and go through because this would give the there is no longer more sellers than buyers. And if that is the case, the market is going to go up to find enough sellers to fill the buying. So this is decision points, right? This is a decision point. This is going to be a pretty crucial decision point in my eyes because of the effort that was put in. These builds of volume tell you that it is two-sided participation. And if it's two-sided with this much volume, that means there's a large chunk of buyers and sellers. Whichever way the market breaks gives you the information of who's got more, who's in control of the market. Coming back, it should be a reoffer. If it is not a reoffer, the sellers are no longer in control because you see 2 instances where they were. If that changes, everything changes. You'd probably look for a bid instead. So that is one example of decision making, just waiting for the market to make a decision. And right here is another thing, right? We noted this earlier, decision, sure. First time, second time, same thing, same choice. And now they won't even test this outside range, outside of value. This is how breaks happen. So they could break this upside right now. If they can chew through supply, we don't know how much supply is here. We know there's a lot because let me look at the deltas, right? There's a lot of supply. But the market is actively making the choice every time it goes downside not to continue downside. And then it goes back here to make the choice again. They've just been bumping their head here. And if the choice again is going to be, hey, look, too much supply, we're not willing to buy through this just yet. They're going to test this again, right? And so it's always that kind of thing. If you don't like the market's choices, you don't have to do anything.
Yo.
Is that Dodger hat?
Yes, sir, baby.
Yeah.
How about that game last night?
I didn't watch it.
Well.
I watched game one when they got obliterated with the loaded bases, walking. I think it was two hitters they walked, and they just got crushed by like 7 points in one inning. I
Yeah.
saw that. Um, Yesterday's was how many innings was it? When I went to
18,
bed, it was
18,
like
yeah.
12th inning, 11th,
Yeah. 18.
18 innings. I
Yeah.
woke up and looked at my text, and my friends texting each other, and it's like all late. I'm like, dude, what time do you guys sleep? And it's all about baseball. I was like, oh, that's what happened.
Dude, Freddie Freeman hit that home run at the walk on at the end. It was,
I saw the
he's done
highlight.
that before. He did that last year. It's like, when
Yeah,
are you guys
last
gonna
year.
like walk him intentionally?
I saw the highlight. Yes, I
Yeah.
was watching lots of basketball and then Monday Night
Yeah.
Football and then got ready for bed.
Yeah. But how about Chewy? I mean, 4 hits and 5 walks. Didn't even want to pitch
He
to the
was
guy. He still got four
he was
hits.
having some hitting issues, right, for a
Ye-
while. And then obviously that one game where he
Yeah.
smacked it. And I was like, so what changes, right? I get a ESPN notification. All the talking heads are like, oh, does he need to rework his swing? Does he need to? And then the very next day is like, this guy's back. It was
I know.
inevitable.
I
It was
know.
going to happen. I'm like, okay.
We might be a few years from now. We might be saying he is the GOAT for baseball of all great. I mean, when I say
I'm already hearing that though.
I
I don't
know,
know much about baseball, but I know for the past year already, it's like, okay, this guy's the GOAT. It's set,
yeah,
you know?
right. I mean, you only get one. You got Michael Jordan in basketball,
Hmm.
and this guy could be it for baseball. It was fun. Anyway,
Yeah,
well, good
anything's
job
better
today.
than the current market that we're getting today.
I know, I know. Well, I mean, me and Deli talked about this early this morning, and it's a lot of anticipation going on. It's double anticipation going on. We have these big earnings reports coming out with, the big top seven, Mag seven, whatever you call them, and you have an FOMC meeting also. So these two things are causing the market to say, "Hey, let's pause a little bit. Let's see how all this goes down, and then we'll get busy." And I think that's what we're seeing in some of the stock index futures. I'll pull up a point of control chart in a minute, but um, it's not going to remain the same the rest of the week. Things are going to start moving,
Hope so.
my humble opinion. Anyway, good job today, man. Let's get that thumbs up and those subscriptions going for our man XYZ, who's going to be back. He's doing double duty today, you guys. He's coming back this afternoon, trading the close side by side with Leo, the big cat. So one last thumbs up would be awesome. Yeah, it was a late night. It was a late night last night, Neil. One last thumbs up for XYZ, and he will be back coming on strong. We'll see see if we get any more movement this afternoon.
See you guys. See you, chat.
All right, man. Let's do a really quick. I do want to do an edge report today because there are markets that are moving, and this is the gold market. I know a lot of people were talking about it. XYZ was talking about it today. And don't forget, there's three flavors of gold. There's the classic. There's, the standard contract. There's the micro contract. And now there's a 1 ounce contract. It's a pocket sized, as the CME calls it, a pocket sized gold contract. So you got some, it doesn't matter how big your account is, you have some opportunities here. And they have some volume in it too, by the way. Even that 1 ounce guy, I think I lost it. Oh no, 1 ounce is down there. 52,000 contracts traded in the 1 ounce. That surprised me. The micros, 640,000. That is a liquid deep market on the micro gold. In any event, really nice sell-off overnight. I mean, we peaked up here at that 0 DTE call resistance, and this was, I don't know, 2,100 hours. What's that, 9:30 last night? And then boom, we lost VWAP in the rearview mirror pretty quickly here, and we just crossed all sorts of levels. We crossed Jacks 4, we crossed Jacks 2, 1 day minute Mentor Q, blind spots, S1s, London initial balance lows. We didn't quite get to S2. We tried to get there, we didn't quite get there. And this thing turned around, and it turned around slowly. This is kind of a nice creep up here. It's a nice move up. Now, keep in mind, the daily range today is the average range is 87. Today, 132. So a big range. And now, when we got to that VWAP, I was thinking, I don't know, man. I don't know if we're going to sustain any more buying. But we creeped up 1, 2, 3 30-minute candles in a row, past that 1 day min, past that Jacks 2, past that Jacks 4. So we exceeded some expectations here. Points of control are wonky on this thing, so I'm not going to really rely on it too much other than noticing where The two kind of volume nodes are one at 39.42, give or take a couple ticks, and one at 39.56. Remember that 4,000 number is psychological. That's what Jax 1 is, but who knows what's going to happen with that. Let's shoot over to silver really quickly here, because silver is also a very interesting market. We have this like V-shaped recovery here. I wanted to show if my data pops up here. There we go. Well, V-shaped recovery and then some, right? Really nice kind of sell-off here right after the London initial balance. Boom, we kept rolling all the way down to S1. And then a nice, steady, relentless rally back up above VWAP, above all of our markers, actually, above JAX 4, above the open, above that 0 DTE put support level. Point of control established around 47.03, give or take a couple ticks, through the pivot. So this is looking pretty strong here. I'm not sure if we're going to get any sellers going to push us back down right now, but we literally broke this wick high. I didn't think we were going to break it that we saw overnight in silver. So kind of nice move there. And then last but not least, all about metals today. Let's go to that copper, Dr. Copper, and let's see what it's looking like. Well, really similar. So, there's some systematic price behavior going on between silver and copper. They almost look identical, right? We didn't quite take out that high wick overnight. We came close. The pivot's kind of acting as resistance right now in Dr. Copper, but this is kind of systematic price movement. We have a competing point of control right here around 5.150. Lastly, but not leastly, let's just pop over. We'll pick the E-mini S&P. It's the easiest one. Trading at 69.11. And what we were talking about earlier, bell-shaped curve trading. Look at this point of control. This point of control, this is the volume point of control for the session. It's at 69.13, and it has been acting like a magnet, right? Yeah, we traded above it. We came right back down. We traded below it. We came back up. We've bisected it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the last 6 candles. We'll see if we get it again today. It looks like it is. So it is acting kind of like price happiness. Relatively good bell-shaped curve, not perfect, but something to think about as we go through a relatively tight day today in the E-mini S&P. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. We look forward to seeing everybody this afternoon. And we have a regular start time this afternoon. Yesterday we started at 2. I think today we're going to start a regular time at 2:30, beginning with Tracy Shy Girl's Hot Commodity Report. I'll do another Edge Report update. And then, like I said, we have Leo the Big Cat and XYZ trading the close. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Appreciate everybody being part of Ninja Trader Live. Best community out there. Have a nice, relaxing lunch. We'll see you this afternoon. Thank you.
12-month basis.
y de no tener vivienda propia.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, senior economist, and here are the headlines while we were away. At about 12:30, there was a Wall Street Journal article out that said Trump and Xi to discuss lowering China tariffs for fentanyl crackdown. Essentially, what it said is the U.S. was going to cut the 20% levies on Chinese goods imposed in retaliation for the export of chemicals that make the deadly synthetic opioids. They would cut those in half, so that would be 10%. Of course, this is according to people familiar with the matter, so we don't know if this is actually true or not. According to the article, China and the U.S. are also set to reduce port fees on each other's ships. So we'll see if that does happen. They are meeting on Thursday, but the markets sure seem to like it, and we did see a big spike up in indices across the board on that news. Anything China related that sounds mildly positive seems to be great for the markets. Next, we have NVIDIA is speaking today at the GPU Technology Conference in Washington, D.C. We had the CEO Huang deliver the keynote address. Within it, and this is a lot, he spoke for a very long time. He said NVIDIA and Nokia and T-Mobile are working to integrate an AI RAN technologies into 6G development process, and they are going to start 6G trials in 2026. They also said they unveiled a way to connect quantum computers with its GPUs. The CEO also said they are going to prepare to unveil other AI deals with Samsung and Hyundai. They also announced partnerships with Palantir. They also said the Blackwell was in full production in Arizona, and they see $500 billion of business in the next 6 quarters due to that chip. And then they said they are working, Stellantis is advancing global robotaxi strategy through a collaboration with NVIDIA, Uber, and Foxconn. Needless to say, NVIDIA is up on this to new, fresh highs. That said, if we look at the NASDAQ 100, it is trading out to new, fresh highs, with NVIDIA bringing the entire 100 up as it kind of announced all of these partnerships. But it should be noted, if we look at the S&P 500 breadth on the day, there's only about 150 names in the green today out of the 503. Yes, there are 503, not 500 in the S&P 500. Kind of showing the price action that kind of encapsulates the concentration of risk in the U.S. equities markets. I guess NVIDIA Advance alone is accounting for roughly 17 of the S&P 500's 20-point climb. So far from reassuring heading into Wednesday's Federal Reserve decision, according to many analysts. We had a 7-year auction today, which was worse than yesterday's, and like I said, yesterday's was remarkably unremarkable. It had a bid to cover ratio of 2.46%. This indicates a below average demand, as the average bid to cover in recent 7-year auctions has been around 2.60. So long and short of that, the auction attracted less interest compared to other auctions, signaling weaker demand from investors despite a relatively stable yield. Next, we have there was an article out talking about big tech AI spending and being a kind of a double-edged sword. We actually talked about this. I talked about this a little bit this morning, talking about when we are looking at earnings coming out, capital expenditures, capital spending is going to be a key focus, as you know, these expenditures have exploded. They're estimated to reach $430 billion for the current quarter on a trailing 12-month basis. And so the problem is that we're not seeing the income kind of offset all of this spending. So again, just another article pointing out what I did this morning, saying we really, this data point will be closely watched in earnings to come. And last but not least, ADP is going to release weekly data now, why there is no other data. And so how they are going to do that is each week it'll be based on a average of the 4 weeks. So we'll get weekly data from ADP now. They did come out with their weekly, and it was estimated at plus 14,250 jobs, average of the 4 weeks that ended October 11th. So kind of dispels any urgency for larger rate cuts favored by some committee members, but if further reports kind of bring evidence of stabilization of the labor market, we might not get what we want from the Fed because of the sticky inflation. And with that, I will hand it over to Jim for an edge report.
Thank you, Tracy. Let's start with the E-mini S&P 503 stock index futures right now. I got a daily candle on the chart. There is all sorts of stuff here that is going through my mind. So just to kind of go back a little bit, we had a really nice trend. I have a trend channel drawn starting all the way from September 2nd. A little bit of a pullback, and then another trend channel all the way up to the dreaded China trade candle. We broke all the way back down. And now after some volatility and some uncertainty, we're rallying back again. So we have a gap right now over from Sunday night, and we have two strong green candles. So it's hard to kind of predict, or it's hard to kind of come up with areas of interest when there's nothing but blue sky, right? All-time highs. So I did a fib extension, and the way I did that was I started at this low here. I'm analyzing this trend channel from the bottom, and then it's a 3-point extension requirement here. So up to the top of the trend channel, and then I found the next low, the next dip, which is the China trade dip, and then posted the extensions, and we have some levels now, right? We've achieved the 100% level. Right now it's 69.26 3/4, give or take. Next level up, 123.6, that's 70.17 would be a target. Now, what's interesting too on this is look at where this the 38.2% extension was. It just happens to line up really, really nicely with last week's low, almost exactly. And then look at where the 76.6 is. Just happens to line up with last week's high. It's the yellow upper line. So these extensions are a tool. I really learned this from Paulie in the chat. Thank you, Paulie, for this on how to apply it. So we'll see if these targets manifest or not, but it gives me something to lean on a little bit. Intraday, kind of nice move up. Now, one of the things that I wanted to caution on the intraday is we have a nice move up. We broke through that R1, and again, not a lot of targets up here, other than we have R2, and then we have that JAX 2 level, right? That's at 69.50. We're pretty far away from that right now. Could we achieve it? Sure. I don't know if we will, but that's a target at least. Now, look at the volume profile. Point of control, it was a normal distribution for a long period of time this morning, and point of control is around 69.13 1/4. But look what we have here. We have we have a competing point of control. Hopefully you can see that where my crosshairs is right now. And that's approximately around 69.26. So when I think about these areas, these high volume nodes, I guess we call them now, sometimes they can attract price. Right now, we have a little bit of a wick. This is a 30-minute candle. We have a decent-sized selling wick. After we touch that 69.40, anything could happen. We could keep rallying up on whatever news this thing is rallying on. But ultimately, we do have some volume nodes. And then right at R1, there's a smaller volume node as well at 69.31. So I'm going to keep my radar screen open for some sort of retracement. Again, we're anticipating FOMC as well. There's all the other stuff going on, including tariffs. Let me shoot over to platinum, though. I told Tracy I'd talk about platinum really quickly here. We had a great V-shaped recovery today. And I'm going to be quick here. If my chart flip-flops to the right direction, and it does. So we had a really nice run up. We had a really nice retracement. That 1500 level, we wick through it. Seems like buyers are here once, twice, and then today. Look how big this candle's a doji, right? I mean, we made a huge comeback. This is where we opened, and this is where we're at right now. We were testing that 50 EMA and testing that 1500 level big time. Buyers came in and said, nope, not for me. brought us all the way back up. And right now, we're right at that 8 EMA and the 20 EMA. They're about to kiss. They're about to become tangled in love right now, unless something
Order
happens
rejected.
up or down. But sideways will get us that kind of messy
Order filled.
moving
Order
average
filled. Order filled.
talks
Order filled.
convergence.
Order
Here's what
filled.
the daily
Order
chart looks
filled.
like.
Order
You
filled.
sell off.
Order filled. Order
I mean,
filled.
this
Order
is
filled.
VWAP's in the rearview mirror big time all the whole session, right? Boom. And then we finally started, and this is an orderly return to prices above VWAP. It really was. And then we just took off from there. So right now, pretty much we're probably going to settle around here around
Order
the pivot.
filled.
And right above that JX2 level,
Order
which
filled.
is approximately, well, it's not approximate, it's
Order filled.
1580. So that is the story
Order
of
filled.
platinum. That is today's Ed Report. We are ready to trade at the
Order
close. And
filled.
we have a couple of VIPs here with us today. We have XYZ and Stowe in the house. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up, Jim?
VIPs.
VIPs.
Special.
VIPs, man. I mean, I don't know. I'm getting punchy. The game went on until 3 in the morning here on the East Coast last night.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Unbelievable.
Freddie
That being
Freeman's
a-
such a hero. You can't hate him. I hate the Dodgers with all of my soul, but I love Freddie Freeman. I can't. There's nothing I can do to get
Didn't
away
he
from
do
it.
this last year too, Stowe?
Yeah. He's been a hero multiple times, and he's like, he's one of the most humble dudes.
Yeah.
He's really great.
So humble
Yeah.
and you hate it because you
Oh
love it.
yeah. No, I just hate the Dodgers. It's my responsibility. It's not
But
my
I-
fault. There's nothing I can do about it.
I feel like we are witnessing history in Shohei Ohtani and, a Michael Jordan level GOAT right now. I mean, he had 9 at bats, 4 hits, and then 5 times they walked him.
Yep.
5. Like, I ain't pitching to this guy.
Yep.
Incredible.
He's insane.
And he's pitching tonight.
Yeah, it's crazy. Nobody's ever going to do that again. I mean,
You know.
you can get nerdy about the era versus modern, like the Babe Ruth era versus modern era stuff, and go back through, and you can draw some correlations between Babe Ruth and Ohtani, but like Ohtani's already smashed through those correlations.
Dude,
It's
I
nuts.
remember watching live with my parents when Reggie Jackson had 3 home runs in one World Series game, and we thought that'll never happen again. This guy's so great. Well, not only has it happened, Shohei did 4.
That's crazy. No, Reggie's still a goat though. Jim, you ever see that? He's got a really good documentary. I'm not sure if it's on Netflix or Amazon, one of the two, but you should watch that Reggie documentary. It's great.
All right, I'm writing it down. You told me this before, and I didn't get a chance to. I'm writing it down right now. Reggie, he had a candy bar too.
Yes, he did. That's in
Order
there.
filled.
I made the fatal mistake. We get a lot of trick-or-treaters in my neighborhood. So I
Yep.
went out and bought these bags of these little mini candies. They're not like the old days when they were giant-sized Snicker bars. And I bought them. But I bought them too early. And they were in my pantry. And
Yep.
nobody's guarding the candy. It's like in a bag that you could easily open.
Yep, I know this problem.
A lot of
So
it's gone.
the candy's been rolling in to my house for weeks. They started all this stuff super early, and when the kid goes to bed, it's dad tax time, and I'm just
And
taking.
they were in
I'm
my
taking what I'm
pantry.
taking.
And
Taking
there's
what I
not a
like.
lot of
Almond
there's not-
Joy.
nobody's
Don't mind if I do.
Oh my God. Any of that. All right, let's get back to the markets, guys. What are you guys thinking? Anybody in a position?
I think XY is still short. I was.
Yeah.
I'll explain the maniacal nonsense I was up to earlier. I'll get back in, but I needed a break. How's your short cooking, XY?
XY, how about you, man?
I'm just sitting in the last runner here, hoping for a move back through this range, but market they're figuring it out. These I had 4 total, I went down to 2, and the 2 survived by like the skin of their teeth.
Nice,
And
nice.
so now I'm just grateful. It's all good. They gave me another chance to make more profits on these, and I'm locking in a trailing runner.
Was that your entry price for all the lots, or no? Did it move when you
The
got in?
average was closer to 39.80s.
Yeah.
This was just my last ad here for the 4th was down here.
Okay.
Basically just
trade.
watching this spot. This little line is a swing. They were working through the volume, building it in, and this is where prior range starts. This was where I really wanted to see a reoffer opportunity, but they just literally tapped this spot and gave it 2 attempts right here. And I started legging in as it was working through this break.
All
Fine
right.
work.
Well, I'm rooting for you, man, for many different reasons, but the primary reason would be if we do have the chance to meet in Las Vegas for F1, then maybe you'd buy dinner. Just saying.
Eh, eh, meh. We'll see what gold does. It's all up to gold.
There we go. All right, you guys. Well,
I'll tell you
listen.
this, Jim. After today,
Yeah.
my neighborhood's getting the full-size candy bars. I'll tell you that. That's what's going on.
Jumbo.
They're gonna come to the cool house and get the full-size candy bars.
All
Are you
the
in a
parents are gonna be like, it's been a good year for the Stowe family, huh?
Yeah. Hey, could you lend me a G-spot, though? Man, you're doing
Sure.
pretty good.
I got $20.
got-
I got $30.
You
What
got
you
the
need?
big, you got the big candy bars. Oh man. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, listen, I'll be rooting for you both in the chat, and good luck to you guys. I'll talk to you at the end.
Later,
See you,
man.
Jim.
XY. How's it going, buddy? I missed you.
Can't complain.
I feel like I've seen you in forever.
I
know
know.
it was just Friday, but
Can't complain. You know, like Nick says in chat, I'm a big gold guy now.
I know it's
Big
crazy.
gold guy now.
You've pivoted straight to it.
The NASDAQ is for losers.
Even I traded NQ today, so you know that's true. Yeah.
You should run them through your, I don't even know how to explain it. It's just maniacal is the only word.
Yeah, I did a bunch of wild stuff today. Let's go through. So I didn't plan to stream today, so this is fun. This is a little surprise. Everybody can look at what I did on my day off on my cash account. So, I don't know if this is less scary or more scary. Maybe less. So first thing I looked at right out the gate, London 32nd OR, pretty much straight bid out of that. Like, I don't know, insano bid, no looking back. So once again, I was jealous of Kane being able to buy this in the morning and go do whatever he wanted to. I mean, we opened, was this the third gap up in a row? I think. So that was, I don't know, a little terrifying, but the last two have held, so why not party on? First thing I did was get short and get stopped out. As soon as I got stopped out, I flipped long, and then I got stopped out on that. So I was already 2 stops in. I was like, okay. And then NQ started to do some divergent things, and I paused for a second, and I got short and was able to hold ES all the way until its gap fill, around 9:12. I did hold one runner a little longer, but then I eventually just pulled it right here. So I got a good trade. Canceled out this first little messy bit up here. And then I kind of planned to be done. I was still in an NQ trade, which I can talk about in a second, when whatever happened here happened. I got squeezed and destroyed on the NQ side. But this candle was interesting. I don't know if this was anything news-wise. Somebody said tariff into a microphone, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. But we kind of ground back up, and this continued to hold. And so I started to look for a continuation lower once offer came back in here, put some shorts on, added again here, and then just started to peel them off to try to get to overnight low. So I was trying to check off all my checklist things, which it's very simple. It's 4 things. IB break for NQ and ES, and overnight high or low break for NQ and ES. And at the beginning of the day, we missed overnight high break by a tick. So I was like, okay, maybe we're going to take out the overnight low if this is going to offer lower. Eventually we flushed down here, and I covered all this. Yes, right here. So I was pushing for continuation low. I added short here, took it off again here at the IB, added short, and eventually got stopped out here at 69.10. Like I've been doing this a lot. I also reversed immediately. So I got stopped out short, and I'm doing this more with shorts, I think. I don't know if it's a good idea, so don't listen to me. But since I'm usually better at seeing the long side of the market, if I'm in a short, I'm seeing this as a good low. So I'm like, "Ugh, that low's looking pretty good." So as soon as I got stopped out here, immediately flipped long, and kind of the bid from Hell started on NQ at the same time. So um, I took three off, and I just left a runner. And then I went and made a sandwich. I didn't look at my chart for another hour and a half. I came back to this madness candle. Um, and yeah, so then I just started to buy it again because the day changed its entire personality. Um, so yeah, I added two here to my runner, peeled, and then added, took it off. And then, yeah, so I just ended up getting super long 69.26 for the remainder of these points.
What's crazy is when I was like, oh, something, something, you're long. You're like, oh, I'm covered. I'm like, what? Of all the times to cover, I was like, I cannot even find a reason the market can go down. And you've covered? So, Mr. Never Ever Cover?
No, I do. Well, it was only 2 o'clock and we were outside of the second standard deviation. So I was going to wait for
Ah.
another thing. Ralph, you're right. I do love marble dry ham and Swiss. That's a very good one. I went with turkey today though. So, I got an NQ. I got my NQ stuff I can show you. I did flip to a bunch of different accounts for NQ, but I did trade my real one on it, trying to stay short. It was short here, covered. This is a really good short setup for me. I was very happy that I waited for it to grab it here. Um, and then this one was tough. After, let's see, I got slipped really hard on this 955 candle, really hard. But I got back in short the 5 minute OR mid, and I maybe traded that like 5 times before it finally worked. Yeah, it was pretty wild. But XY was streaming for this part, and ES didn't do this, but NQ definitely did. And if you just look at the characteristics of these candles, let me put the view up down here and I can show as well. Yeah, so this low was really good. I was surprised we couldn't even get to 26K, but it splashed and then immediately gigabid. All these candles turned to white bid. And then this 035 guy was undefeated pretty much all morning, with the exception of this stop run there. So once this held its view up from this quick low, and then it turned into this grindy bid from hell, that's when I flipped long ES, and then this was my sandwich time. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's my
and
story.
for anyone that was on the morning stream with me, we did witness and talk through that low. So at the time, we're just ping-ponging, right? And they finally got back to this specific low. The first time they found a bid,
Yep.
there was actually someone stepping in front of the market. This time around, they offered it and then just stepped off the offer. No one was willing to continue when they ran into that same bid. They didn't even try to chew through it. They bumped into the wall again and were seemingly like, oh, wait a minute. And so the market, as I always say, they make their choices. And this is the second time. So as they finally came back, you can see through order flow, the sellers made an active choice. Like, we don't want to bump our head in this wall again. So as price comes back, the story changes. The market has now, everyone sees it. Everyone knows there is not enough interest to go further on this side, downside. That's likely when the upside is going to unlock itself as they chew through that supply, because the market does see, even on the second attempt, that cannot even get back to that low. Everyone that wants to long the market now sees you're not going to be able to long these prices anymore. You can only long these prices, and if you still need to buy more, it's going to be higher prices. And that's what causes a market to just break itself. And today's perfect example of the whole let the market make its choices see what the choice is, frame your context then, and then proceed. So this whole time I was just like, we're gonna wait. Even as it broke, I was like, we're saying we're not gonna go for this. We're gonna wait to see what they decide on at this low. And after that, we're gonna see what they decide on when they come back to the scene of the crime. When they came back to the scene of the crime, there was zero initiation back into the low. Now we just found the same supply again, and they're chewing through it, they're pulling back. And when they pulled back, next decision. No interest to even get back to these spots where they bumped into that wall for a split second and decided, yeah, you know what? Just like last time, forget it. If last time wasn't going to do the trick with more selling, this time was not going to do the trick. And if they're not going to go lower, guess what? They're likely going to go higher. So as the market breaks upside, yeah, seeing the information here gives you so much more context to start finding access into the upsides. And that's what you would get.
Yep.
So my goal is the same thing. These are where I want to see information, right? Overlapping volume, offered, coming back. This should be a reoffer. I was very keen on reoffering this. This is aligned to show a reference. This is back into that range, probably going to offer too. But the key word is probably, right? You don't know. Everything is probably. My areas are not, hey, I need a position in these areas of reference. They're just reference. So when price comes back, what do, right? Comes back towards this. All right, well, barely tapped it and then tried it again. And 2 attempts, no go. If they're going to start inching lower and start accepting lower, then you can try to leg in. It's all about letting the market get to that decision point, seeing what the decision may likely be through order flow, through price action, through this or that, candle closes, and then you place the trade.
I wonder how long it's going to take me for you to teach me how to trade gold.
Ah, man, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Because it's cleaner. Everything not NQ has always been cleaner than NQ. It adheres to market structure a lot better. So you'd have an even better time, honestly, because you can just keep longing or shorting with the structure, and it will likely adhere to it. With NQ, it's always poking and prodding and all that stuff. So
look at here. I wanted to show you this. So this was the account I finally got out on, and this was my right here. This is when I was like, okay, I'm so tired of being short. I can't believe I spent. Well, the first thing I did this morning was I made a joke on the internet about bears, and typically, this is important to know yourself. So you should be self-aware like me, and know that if you feel like making a joke about bears, you're probably about to get your face ripped off a little bit. So maybe you should be prepared to be short today. So once I made that joke, I was like, maybe I should look for shorts today. My heart is telling me that this is never going to go down again. But yeah, I finally, after shorting VWAP to -1 a billion times on this account, I finally got down here. And when that offer just like disappeared like a magic trick, I was like, okay, fine.
You saw it, right?
Yes.
They were angry. They were hitting like 40, 50, 70 lots. Came down, bumps his head against 50 lots, instantly just starts trading against it. I'm like, okay.
Yep.
It's not. And I guess you were one of them.
I was one of them.
You're one of them that ran for the exits. That's like you go to like a nightclub, you walk in, right? And everyone's a dude. Well, what are people going to do? They're going to turn around and they're going to start liquidating that nightclub.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Gold longs are paying. Yeah, a lot of people were, I know Pax, Salma, they were looking at this 3960, which happens to be 24-hour VWAP as well. And if you got long there, you are certainly getting paid.
Nice.
Salma, I'm not like a flipper like that. I can't just Missy Elliott that thing. Tough. I just when I get paid on a trade, I'm just like, all right, that was nice. Let's chill out. Or more likely, let's just turn everything off.
She's the one with that milkshake song, right?
For anyone in chat that yes, that wasn't there. The joke is we were talking about Missy Elliott, and he's like, yeah, I like her song Milkshake.
No, that's not what it happened. Yeah, it's an old
joke.
It's a callback. That's what they call it in the
biz.
Old
joke for whoever's been with us since March.
I like that Selma's hanging.
Yeah.
She did great. She did great the other week.
I think it's nice that people choose to hang out with us in the close streams because a lot of times there's not too much that we can do and they're still hanging. We
Yep.
appreciate it. Hit the likes also, please.
NQ is going to put another single print up here. So that's fun. Yikes. Man, what a nasty wild day. This is a good example of why you can't really predict what the day type's going to be until it's over. You literally never know.
Right. I mean, for how long it was, my stream had ended, what's that, like 2.5 hours into the market
Yeah.
before it actually broke. And they're just making the same decisions in like a 20-point range. Up, no, not this time. Down, not this time. Up, not this time. They're just doing this. So how would you know?
Yeah.
Just wait until they make their choice. When they're doing this, it's like a knife fight, right? You don't need to get involved in the knife fight. Just wait until it boils over. The market's NQ is not going to be locked in a 60-point range all day. It will expand. Wait for the decisions to be made. Wait for the expansion, and you'll have greater context. And well, still made plenty of money. Everyone's getting jumbo-sized candy bars. All the neighbors, the parents are like, "Yep, Stowe family, they had a great year, it looks like."
They don't have a single clue what I'm up to over here, but they know
Yeah, they're
I'm
gonna
doing
go over and
something.
they're gonna be like, "So, how's it going? Like, what have you gotten into?" You're just gonna be like, "Yeah, I don't know, like a podcast."
Well, they only ever see me in sweatpants or mowing the lawn, so I assume that they think I'm either retired or a drug dealer. I don't know.
Well, that's when you just point to your Viore like, I'm about to give you the sauce. You need a pair of these. Use code STOW15. Your life will change. You will be handing out jumbo-sized candy by next year.
I can't wait. Pax talks about this all the time that he's like, I'm at a point in my life where I don't have to trade for income all the time. I can't wait till I get there and I
I
get
want
to
to get there.
become a Viore representative. And that's
I
going to
want
be
to,
my
we need
retirement.
to find a way to break the trading space into big brands, you know?
I agree.
We need to start comparing ourselves to NBA players and actors and actresses and NFL. We need to be up there somehow, make trading cool enough. But yes, I also would like to be in a position where I don't have to trade for income and just make money in the trading space, but it requires a lot of work, and I'm still pretty lazy about it, so TBD. It'll happen, I think, maybe, probably. But it's a TBD.
Yes, Willie C trades. I still mow my own lawn. Yes, I really like it. It's fun for me. Takes me like 10, it's about 13,000 steps to do the whole thing. I push mow it too. So, but I've always wanted a big lawn. That's always been something I dreamed of, so now that I have
A
one,
big lawn?
it's nice. Yeah. Always wanted a nice big lawn to mow. And then I mow it and then I look at it for the rest of the day like, it looks good.
My life's
It's
work.
good.
Everything culminating into this. Well, it seems like everything has slowed down. NQ is on another planet.
Yes.
It's actually insane that we're 1, 2, 3 gaps. And what's even worse, what sucks to think about is there are people from the first gap talking about gaps need to be filled.
Yes, they are.
And then 2 gaps, fill that. Fill that. And then the third gap, I'm like, no. Today we are filling it. And now that's why the market rallied another 850,000 points.
Yeah, that was my bear joke today, pretty much verbatim. It's just like, hey, this one goes out to all the bears waiting for those gaps to fill. They ain't gonna, it's probably maybe not today.
Friend, do you see his comment?
No.
It's like, it's in quotations. Yes, we needed this rain.
It's true. That's when you're really you're channeling
You're
dadism.
downtrending?
Yeah.
You're downtrending on the youth scale? Yes.
Boy, needed this rain, huh?
Today's the day, filling all 3. Yeah, I think that's what everyone was thinking all the way back here. and then
Yeah.
too many dudes filled up the nightclub,
Yes, they
and then
did.
bam.
I like this metaphor. That's very good. I want to hold on to that.
Yep. Give it some use, man. Get
We couldn't
value
even
out of it.
get to. I was just trying to get to. That low was so despicable. I was like, oh, yeah, I hate exited that. Just Alt F out of here.
So you guys are worthless. You guys are worthless.
Garbage.
I gave you my entire morning. You guys are worthless.
Oh. It's nice to be back and trading with all my stuff though. Missed that a lot. I missed all my screens, all my things. I mean, while it's funny to trade in front of other people watching you, talk to the internet like a maniac, this is much better. It's
Well,
only my cat here to
luckily
make fun of me.
on this channel, people seem to like us and they won't say too many nasty things.
We'll see. We'll see.
But I'm open to it. If you guys got some grievances you want to air, I have actually told production before, like if someone comes ragging me in chat, give them a long leash, man.
That's right.
Because a lot of times,
we can
like,
squash all beefs in here.
yeah, like they'll show up and like you're in drawdown. They're like, you suck. And I'd be like, hey, look, where's the lie?
Where's the lie?
Where's the lie? You are totally right now.
Ooh, I also have some good news for the chat.
Hmm?
Yes, little secret sauce on
I don't
Stove's
even know what
charts
this
these
is.
days. Yep, yep.
What's going on? What's going
It's a couple new lines on
I
my
don't
chart
even
today.
have that.
Mhm.
I didn't. Oh, wait, it's ready already?
I don't know. It's working for me.
What?
Yeah.
That is super,
It's
super proprietary.
It's very big order flow labs news.
Everyone who's watching this now, you will be dealt with by end of day. We can't let this get out. So say your goodbyes now. Don't look outside the window. You don't want to see what's out there.
Yes, for as secret as the sauce is, now all you have to do is watch our stream, and you too can have blue line and red line, and watch to see what happens when price gets there, just like I do. Yes, we haven't quite gotten to it on NQ yet, or on ES, but blue line,
Everyone-
did some interesting work on NQ. I don't know.
Uh-oh, Omni says, I heard XY buys Timu watches. All right, Moz need to delete that before it gets out, before
Yep.
everyone finds out.
Omni's banned. Sorry, bud.
That cannot happen. Give me a second. Oh, Fractal's making me a burn book. That's cool.
Oh, Ralph, to get an OFL hat, you have to catch Leo on a day when number one, he has one to give. And then also,
I was gonna say he's got one every single day.
Yeah, he's got 4 that he wears in
100%
rotation.
hit rate.
But yeah, we get them out sometimes. I wonder I wonder how many are left. We might have some new hats coming. Oh my
They're
gosh, look
expensive.
at this thing.
Oh, the new hats? The new hats. Yeah, it's been a while since we ordered those new hats, huh?
They got to be here soon. They got to be here.
That's the same thing we've been saying about the playbooks.
I know.
And
The website's just a challenge. We are doing our best with that. Once they come out, it's going to be awesome. But yeah, website stuff's hard. I think SMT things are brewing at the moment. Somebody tell me if I'm correct.
is there SMT going on?
I'm still trying to, yeah. So NQ's making a higher high right now. I mean, and by higher high, I mean someone is hate buying it as furiously as they can. Nvidia is going to be $10,000 a share at the end of this day at this rate. Yeah, it is a super bid, gigabid, bid from hell. There's lots of different ways to say it.
This is literally the visualization of Stowe's "Let's Go"
Yep.
soundbite.
Yep. Had I not already, yeah. If there's a point in my trading where I talk about this like there's a dollar pain threshold that I think all traders need to get used to, but then there's also a dollar threshold where it's like the pit boss comes over and he starts looking at your chips and he's like, you could just color up, could just like, you think you should probably get out of here?
Oh, when they're like, yeah, you can play any other
I'm like,
game, but you're not allowed to play blackjack anymore.
and I'm like, yeah, I was kind of feeling that color up vibe right here at 215. So it's gonna take me a second to get back into this if there's an opportunity. But I mean I'll do it.
Well, it's not doing too much right now, this market. I mean, it's doing a lot, but not too much that can provide edge right now.
Yeah. It's not a lot,
Not
not a
unless
big
you're
entry.
Stowe.
There was
Stowe will
all
find
this
you.
ice back here at 35, 32, and 30. Like all of these dudes were pretty much like similar executions, which was weird. This 30 top was brutal for a while. So I basically was just trying to get this taken out. Um, that was the main thesis for push here. And I guess they're just mirroring it every 2 to 3 points. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry I let you guys down. Unfortunately, I don't make extra money when the chat is happy with my performance. If that was the thing, maybe I would consider changing the way that I trade. But for now, it's just about buying candy bars.
In time.
Maybe that's the next phase of this. Maybe the chat gets a vote button and whoever they like or dislike, they get to actually take money away or give money to us. That could be the true nightmare.
Hey, you watch Stowe and Job's right. You watch Stowe enough, you just want to call everyone a turkey.
It's true. It catches on. It catches on.
What is that? Is that like Pittsburgh slang from the olden days, or what?
I don't know. It's probably just from the olden days. I kept saying it in Naples, and I kept saying it because it cracks Jim up because it's like it's a phrase from the '60s. It's like saying a whippersnapper.
Or a hooligan.
Yeah, hooligan.
Aramis says, I've got to shut it down or I'm going to buy this top. You can probably buy this top and you'll make money at this point. This is insane.
It's
not advice, by the way.
Not advice. Not advice.
Not advice. But yes.
Yeah, I wonder how your squiggly line's doing. I actually only have that on the mobile app.
You do not. You should see what this.
Is it just an arrow straight up?
If you had just bought the squiggly line all day,
yeah, it probably
you
is
would have
working
bought
great.
the house next to you already.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Usually that's what I do. I don't have it on my actual charts, but I keep it on the Ninja Trader mobile app for when I'm managing positions.
Look, man. Make sure it's 5 minute.
Yep. Well, you had me correct it, so oh my god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You could have closed your eyes and just set limits.
That's great.
Second best squiggly line.
Second best. What's the first best? Is it
VWAP,
proprietary?
24-hour VWAP.
Oh, true.
Greatest. Reminiscences of a prop setter.
Yes, Sav. I should be giving out Werther's originals.
All right, deal cap into the bank at this point.
Oop, new all-time high for Nvidia.
Just buy the high, sell it for I don't know, 2-3 points, collect $60 each time until it stops working. Not advice, don't do that.
No, Mia 4418. I did not say what it is because it's not mine to necessarily talk about, but they did let me put it on a chart. And let me tell you, when we get to it, while I'm streaming, I'm going to trade it. That's all you need to know. You just got to hang out with us.
You gotta hang
And
out.
my secret sauce becomes your secret sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But you gotta hang out. It's free.
It's
But
free.
you gotta hang out. Sweat equity.
It'll cost you a like and a subscription.
Where are we? We're like 153K or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's a blue sky
Wow.
breakout for subs. It's
It's a
just it's
breakout?
cruising
Ooh.
now.
Yeah, all you guys need to do is hit the sub button, hit the like.
Oh, good call, Phil. Yes, we do have the Leo stat in play. Very good point. The Leo stat is in play on just NQ. Not quite a yes yet. Because NQ is SMTing, I think.
Where's the
I
SMT?
think.
Show me the where are we? What is the SMT?
Look at that.
Oh, it's the divergence.
I think so. I think it's
So
when one of
it's
them does a thing
NQ
and the
made
other
a
one
new
doesn't.
high, but
Yeah.
ES didn't, and that's
I-
the SMT.
I think so. Fractal, how do you not know this stat? Come on. You know this. You've been around long enough to know this.
He knows the stat. What's up, Phoenix?
Radio Fly Life.
You'll find
It-
some of them in the chat,
It is
Mr.
I who am
Rido
buying this up
Fly
here.
Life. Rido Flife.
It's a me. The stat is if in between 3 o'clock and 3:30 Eastern time, if a new high or new low is made, there's a 68% chance that during 3:30 to 4 o'clock Eastern time, another high or another low will be made. This stat works a little better to the upside just because the market doesn't tend to like to close at the lows. That's just my anecdotal bear hatred response to that. I just made that up. So that's not really part of the stat. That's just my little twist.
Let's try a gold long. Just 2 lots.
There you go. There you go.
See how it goes. Maybe get a third in.
Looks productive.
Yeah, I want to see what they do here. If not, I'm just going to take this off.
Okay. XY trading gold. How'd I end up stuck with the old man ES? I'm like the last guy.
Yeah, people moved on from NQ. People moved on from NQ and you're all at ES.
So funny.
Huge delta right here. Let's see if they can climb through it. I'll add on a third. We are on 3. Let's boogie. Let's see if we can get through this low volume area.
Paulo says gold ripped my face off today. I hear it does that. I hear that it does that. Ralph, you finding the spot to short this? I find that hard to believe. But you might do it.
So I'm just watching this low volume spot with gold. If they fail to trade through this, I will probably scratch this out.
Does gold party all the way till 4 o'clock? Doesn't that thing close at like 2?
Yeah, it's already technically I think it's already closed.
Okay.
It just happens to still find some liquidity and
That's fair.
movement.
It makes sense. The market's still
Same with like
doing-
oil.
doing
Oil
market
closes like
things.
at 11. So it's like 2 hours before indexes, but it'll just go. So yeah, that's what I'm pretty wary about right now. If it just doesn't climb through and slows down, I'll just take this off.
Oh wow, gold closes all the way at 130. My goodness.
Taking it off. Yeah, so crude is 11:30 my time.
I wonder what it is that makes I like you notice this morning. I don't know. You watch the ES Dom too, right? All the time.
Hmm.
Okay. I mean, we had like some kind of news this morning, but even outside of those the manufacturing and customer confidence stuff, there was still only like 40, 30-ish lots per tick, right? And
Yeah.
then we get into the afternoon and it just does this thing where it's just like swamp, the whole thing, just juiced, can't move. 100 at least lots at every tick. I wonder
It
what
was like that
turns that
yesterday.
robot on.
Too.
Yes, yes, it was.
It was like a 2.5 point range, maybe like 8 to 10 ticks. And it was the book just got mega thick.
Yep, they just like.
Stayed there for a while.
I wonder what robot that is that turns that on. Where they're just like, okay.
There's two funds calling each other. I need to sell this at this price. You down? They're like, yeah, I could buy some. Turn on their robots.
See, Sparky Dog thinks it's option dealers hedging. I mean, it could be anything, right? Do you know that? Are you an options dealer? If you're an options dealer, you have to tell me. It's just like if you're a cop. This is the law. No comment. Interesting, Sparky. Interesting. Oh, shoot. I didn't even realize we have the end of month coming up. Man, I barely know what day or time it is, don't I? Crazy. Yeah, we're stoked for Halloween. It's going to be awesome. XY, you going to dress up for Halloween?
What's today? Tuesday? Tune in Thursday
Yes.
morning, man.
Yes. Awesome.
Tune in Thursday morning at the Open.
Are you on the open on Thursday?
I'm on the Open on Thursday because I got to
All
fly out
right.
Friday morning.
Sick.
So,
Oh yeah, I'm doing the open with Nick on Friday. That's going to be fun.
ooh, yeah,
Yep.
I'll miss it. I really do enjoy the Friday. That's my favorite stream is the Friday after PAX because
Yeah.
the energy is different, man. It's like a regular season, and then Fridays are like a playoff atmosphere. You know what I mean? It's different energy. PAX just brings it like that.
Yeah, maybe somebody will dress up as a floor trader. Maybe somebody is already working on their PAX outfit right now. I don't know. We'll see. See you on Friday.
Stowe's gonna be handing out candy for giveaways, and he's gonna pay for shipping. Oh yeah. She's gonna ship one candy bar at a time. Gold is
I'm
setting
done.
up for a short again. If you see the volume profile for the day, we are at the POC, but I always get it wrong, so who knows? You're just like me, man. You give all this analysis, and at the end, you just go, yeah, but what do I know? That's how you know you're a real trader.
Yep, it's true because
No
we
absolutes.
never know.
But yes, that's why I was playing for shorts, because ideally, I mean, to me, ideally, they find a reoffer and continue down. But if they fail to, they're going to get up back into this volume. And if they chew through this supply, it's all over. Gold's going to hit 5K and it's back to just long gold at the open. But yes, I can see what you're saying.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, Throne Shop says, I thought VIX went up and NQ went down, but not today. So yeah, the two fun things about that. VIX is not the volatility measurement of NQ. That actually has its own volatility instrument called VXN, I think. But Deli and Craig said maybe the only like reasonable thing I've ever heard somebody say out loud about the VIX, which was it's pretty ridiculous for the VIX front month to be at its monthly low heading into FOMC and all of these earnings. So vol is like as cheap as it could humanly be on Monday. Or maybe that was Friday that they talked about that. I can't remember. But yeah, it would be difficult for it to not come up a touch ahead of those things because it measures uncertainty. And when you have market decisive things, they got to price it in a little bit, right? I don't know.
All right, Stowe. You better hope you're not shipping candy to Europe. One mini Three Musketeers to Europe will cost you $450 to ship, and the recipient will be on the hook for 40 euros in import duties.
That's okay. I just
I think it's worth it if Stowe signs it.
That's true. I'll sign it for you. No, I haven't shipped something to England in a long time. I could usually get over there for like 35 bucks, 40 bucks. And then you just mark whatever it is as a gift. And anything under, they don't hit you with the VAT if it's a gift.
Got to pay import duties on Three Musketeers. All right, well, I don't think the market's going to give us anything at this point. Not even at the turn.
Nah. It pulled, I guess this was like, it pulled back to the 1.5 right here. I don't know, but again, I'm not. I've already been backed off the table once today.
Go ahead and log out for me.
You can play any other game you want. You just can't.
You just can't play this game anymore.
Play this game anymore.
He's getting the back off from his own friend. Go ahead and log out for me.
Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Wow.
Yeah, okay, so who's been buying the high?
Wow.
Since 30 points ago when we talked about buying the high.
They're so mad. The bid is so furious. If you guys
Dio,
could
I know
just
Dio's
look
been
at
there you go.
Oh my
Dio says
goodness.
thanks XY. There you go. Dio.
You're
Dio
welcome.
handing out jumbo size this Halloween. Let's go.
Look at these dudes. Just filling 100 lots like it's nothing up here. Wow.
It's this is brought to you by everyone who thinks there can't be a fourth gap day. So throw him a bone if you could, huh?
It's true. It's true.
And Q just did a deal with OpenAI.
Oh, Nick's got jokes.
What up, Yassine? Wouldn't be surprised, look at the close. Locked out, but thinking that, yeah, I mean, it's a good time to be locked out because you either made your money already or you're just not going to. I think that's the fact of the market right now, unless you're Dio.
It's still fun to watch because, I love the game. I love when people get weird also. So both things are happening right now, and it brings me great joy.
How many extensions do I watch for NQIB?
Oh, we made it
Only
to 42.
really the 25% and the 50%, but I don't really care too much about the 25. It's just a 50% extension. If price is still moving past 50% extension, you just got to play that direction or just don't play at all. That's how I do it. So I don't have anything further. Don't want too many lines on my chart. I mean, you can already see like there's a lot going on, man.
Wow. Pax got his rotation higher. That thing he says about like what happens below happens above. It doesn't sound like something that makes any damn sense, but I've been looking at it and it is a thing.
It's for real.
I try to have an open mind about everything because like who knows what's going to work and be real, and that is a real thing for sure. It made it all the way from 69.27 all the way up here to 43. That's a 15-pointer.
So Tracy says it's the 0DTE call volume creating a negative feedback loop, which is, I mean, I could totally see that.
The whole thing is squeezing right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a game.
This
of
has to be
squeeze.
that, right? Like it's just squeezing people who refuse to believe that the market can't go any higher.
Yep.
Or it's just,
Or it's just a structure that it's just part of that instrument. Like, I don't know.
What's important is Dio, what's for dinner tonight then? I think Dio is the only guy left in this entire market that's making money right now, or in this chat, because he's got the balls of steel.
Yeah, let's put another single print up here. Let's do it.
Fourth gap,
Fourth cap.
sports bet. Oh, fourth gap or no?
Oh man, I would love to see poly market
Fourth
odds
gap
on
has got to be, I don't
four
know,
gaps
what
in
would
a
it be
row.
like plus 2,300 odds still, right? Can it really?
Maybe that could be Jim's homework for the next 20 minutes before he comes on. Jim, can you find out how many times ES or NQ has gapped up 4 times in a row?
Yeah, they're saying it's dealers buying to hedge. I mean, with this kind of volume and willingness to buy at these prices, it's got to be
Yeah,
the
I know,
big
yeah.
boys,
Who
right?
knows? When people talk about the correlation between the 90s and now, right? Because I mean, we start to do this stuff and people are like blow off top, etc. You see all the stuff on the internet, right? I wonder how much now I don't know anything about gamma, nor do I understand dealers or options or anything like that. But I wonder how much of a difference that's going to make this time around. Because these are similar market conditions, right? You have like instead of .com, you have AI, you have like I see the correlations people are drawing, and I understand the desire to draw those correlations. But we didn't have a giant zero DTE options environment back then. We didn't have all this stuff. So there's so much different now. I find it hard to draw the same, you know, correlate. That's why I don't understand when people are like, this looks, yeah, have you seen 1929? This looks very similar. It's just like, does it though? Is it the same?
Well, all you need to know is this. According to somebody in chat, RSI traders are livid.
Then they're using RSI wrong, by the way, because
I think
RSI is a momentum indicator. Even I know that, and I'm an idiot.
Nick said I could tell you, but I'll cut my fiber again.
Is that what happened? Is that why Nick had to bail the other day? White Van seriously got Nick.
They're just like, say that shit again. Say that shit again.
Dr. Steve keeps saying that Bitcoin went down a bunch today. I don't know
Bitcoin
about
went down?
I don't know about the Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, because OpenAI decided to cut a deal with NQ instead.
Let me let me check my pile of disgusting crypto that I own. Yeah, down $20. That makes sense. The SMT is not SMTing. No, it did. So NQ made a higher high and then ES followed. So I believe that's the SMT. So that it actually did work.
How do I get calls on Nick? Nick's giving some insider info right now. Let me check the poly market.
I would have taken calls on Nick
Calls
in
on
Naples
Nick.
when he was riding runners to the ground.
Nick
by his
made, I
phone.
think Nick made about $850,000 in Naples. True
Very
story.
close.
True story. I'm totally not making that number up. It's about 800. It's either 850,000 or 8.5 million.
Oh wow, this guy used a lot of emojis. Oh, that's about
Yeah, so
RSA.
I'm looking at this chat with the fire emojis and the
Woo!
stars and the hundreds, right? He's even got a little shooting star right there, like you see at the end. It's like a woo.
That's cool.
That reminds me, where is Alfonso, man? That guy that it was impossible to tell if he was a bot or
Oh
not.
yeah. Yep.
Where he
Maybe
at?
that means he was a bot. Some people just aren't married to the bit, you know. Wait, that'd be funny. Nick, if you start a SPAC, I'll take some warrants, please.
Weekend plans. I'll be in Japan,
Yeah,
so
that's right. That's right.
I won't see you guys for 2 weeks, week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever. I'll back on the 12th. I think I could stream on that Friday, which is like the 14th or something like that. So I'll be back. I'll be back for that.
That's cool.
Kick it all back off with some crazy Friday trading.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll try to hop in chat here and there and see what's going on because when you guys do the open, 6 a.m. here, it's like 10 p.m. over there. So I'm probably chilling out, probably about to go to sleep or something.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, go to sleep.
I'll
XY's
stop.
gonna be
Yeah, I
all
was like,
partied up.
I should do some open streams because it's like it'd be easier. But then I'm like, I'm probably gonna be so tired. So no streams in Japan.
Yeah, how many watches you bringing back?
That's always the question, isn't it?
That's the question.
My own friends
That's the
ask me that question. What we getting at? Yeah, I don't know. It's not a priority this time around.
Okay.
Because the watch market is I think there's still some room downside. So I'm not in a hurry, but yeah, maybe we'll do a pachinko stream, you know what I mean?
That's cool. That's a great idea.
You wouldn't even be able to hear anything. So loud in those places. I hate it. You know, one time, so I don't remember it this way, but my wife told me this is what really happened. So the first time in Japan, my friends were like, dude, you gotta check out pachinko. I walk in, so my memory was I walked in, it's so loud in there. I'm like, I'm leaving. I'm not staying here. But she said what we actually did was we bought some what would they be tokens, right? Would they be tokens or balls to gamble with?
Yeah, tokens.
She said we bought some, whatever, and we actually started playing, and I just got so fed up, I left them all there and then left.
Too loud. Too
I was
loud.
like,
for
you know,
us.
I'm not even enjoying this. Let's just get out of here. I don't care what I want.
That's amazing. No, Dr. Steve, leave this man alone. He's using emojis and he's allowed to. We back it. You be
Free
you,
speech.
Reginald
Free
York.
Let him do his thing. He's in his own lane.
Yeah, we're all here partying. It's fine. It's fine.
Hans, yeah, so the Japanese watch market is always softer than outside of it, but as the years have gone by, it's slowly it's caught up to global market, still softer, and also you don't get taxed. But yeah, it's catching up more so now. You'll still find really good deals here and there, but it's not crazy as like say pre-COVID. That was yeah. You're over there, you gotta leave with something. I'm leaving with something. I've also never ever left Japan without new watches, so maybe this will be the first time. Maybe not. Maybe not. Am I Japanese? No, I'm not Japanese. Trade some Nikkei. A little bit of NKD. Nah, probably not.
Just start asking XY questions in Japanese, anyways, just to see if he knows.
No more Mandarin or whatever that was. It's gonna be Japanese and Korean. Some guy was giving me some Arabic at some point. Omni. So the thing about they always ask me, right? My friends are like, "Oh, what are you looking for?" And the thing is, I don't look for anything. They call to me. It's just I'm there, and whatever's speaking to me could be the one. You know what I mean? Open to them all. Trailed on runners. Okay, what's NQ doing? I see. Well, the fact that you just literally bought what was the all-time high when we were speaking about it and had a runner says a lot about the trade. So congratulations.
Yep.
You definitely got paid on it if you had a runner. Get yourself a nice dinner tonight. Maybe take Globex off. Maybe you've earned one night without trading.
Aramis says that he never understood the watch thing. Listen, me neither. But
Good.
then all my friends got into watches, and then because I like to find things that other people are interested in and be curious about them. Now I kind of get the watch thing a little bit. And the more that I hear them talk about the watches, and I don't know, Kane had one that like like when you move around it charges because I don't know, it showed it to me. It was pretty cool.
That's every automatic watch, mechanical
Oh,
watch that has ever
that's so
existed.
fun.
Yeah. That's so fun.
Yeah, and just how cool
Imagine
is that?
Stowe walking into like a watch store, looking at it like, can I see that? It's like an $80,000 watch. It's like, by the way, you don't have to have a battery. Like, that's so fun.
That's so fun,
That's
man.
so fun.
That's
You
so
guys hearing
cool.
this? You guys hearing this? No batteries. Yeah, Kane's got an insane collection. That's for sure. Stowe's looking at it like, oh, that's cute. Very cool. What's that little widget? Very cool.
That's what I try to do when I see Kane. I try to find everything that he's wearing and start calling it cute.
Very shiny.
Very
Very cute.
shiny. This is
Looks
nice.
good on you. Brings out your eyes. Um, yeah, if you haven't understood the watch thing, I don't recommend you try to. It's really expensive and it really, it's just gonna tell you the time, so you'll be all right. Don't feel the need to understand it at all, because when shit hits the fan in life, no thing that you own is going to be worth anything to you. I'll tell you that much.
Hmm. You're talking to
All
me a little bit right
right.
now, XY. You're talking to me about something.
All right. You know what we just tapped on ES?
Hmm.
Do you have it on there? Is mine wrong? Go. Are
No.
you on ES?
Yeah. This is it.
Is that it?
That's it, baby.
This is it? This is the top?
Yeah. Pretty
This
fun.
little line here?
Interesting, right?
Interesting. Should we just keep this to ourselves and be those guys that call tops and bottoms in the market, right? And just post it and never tell anyone how?
That sounds good. I like that. That sounds good. Okay, Mr. 30. What you doing?
Yeah, Hans, the deeper you go into the real watch stuff, like you will quickly find you don't need to spend insane amounts of money for cool stuff. Like, I mean, me and Kane had this discussion. I was like, I'm a watch guy. I don't care how much it costs or what the logo says. If I like it, I like it. If it's $20, I like it. If it's 20,000, I like it. If it's cool, I like it. So I've got every freaking brand you can think of. Grand
That's how I think
Seiko's,
about
yes,
my friends.
absolutely.
If they're
Grand
cool,
Seiko is insane value. I don't, it might, there was a time where JLC was the best value, but they bumped their prices up a lot. I guess rightfully so, but Grand Seiko, legit. Great kimono jackets on your trip. I definitely don't want kimono jackets. No. Reginald's comments kill me, man. Hey, read Reginald's recent comment.
I can't. I'm watching the
Stumble
dog.
your way through it. You trying to get longer here?
Yeah, we came back to that 29.
Well, they
Didn't
found a
quite get
buyer.
as low as I wanted to.
They
Yeah.
certainly found a buyer. A very big buyer. Dio's probably long this with every dollar he made off the last long.
Yeah. I don't know. Let me get above this 31. I'll do one for fun. All right.
Long?
Yeah, well, I ain't short. But we'll see.
It's a dicey one.
It's
for
a dicey
sure.
one. Let's see. Did we held that? Yeah, it's wiggling. It's doing a wiggle.
Closing out the stream with a little something spicy.
I don't
Bit of
know. I
spice.
don't know if it's a good wiggle. I
Spooky
try,
wiggles.
I did very well today. I'm trying to give the people what they want.
Very spooky wiggle. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hmm. See, 180 held. NQ didn't run those stops at all right there, though. I mean, maybe it's just
Well,
invincible.
ES
That's why I can't go
didn't really
down there.
exhaust down there. They
Uh-uh.
found they
Yeah, they
found
just found that dude. I mean, it's the spike from that big news scandal.
both of them though, ES and NQ. They have found some serious buying. Like
Yes.
NQ's ladder lifted maybe almost 400 lots.
And I
So
got, I mean, I got the Leo stat on my side, which is rare. Usually I'm fighting it.
well, if it's
Just
any
need to beat this LVN
if
here
it's
at
any
32.
further bias, right? Shorting these markets always leave you in the dirt. So what's the opposite?
The sky? Is the sky the opposite of
The
the
sky.
dirt?
It leaves you in the sky. It
It
leaves you
leaves
in the
me in the
clouds.
sky. Okay.
Would you
okay.
like to be in the dirt or in the clouds? Trading can be so simple. Yeah, well, if this buying can't hold price,
Yeah.
it's a big something. That's true.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a
a big
lot of buying.
something.
It's insane buying.
Might need a little lower.
So
We,
I'll read you Reginald's thing
please do.
phonetically,
Please
like
do.
a kind of like a text to speech.
Okay.
Let me stumble my way through this. Thumbs up emoji, heart emoji, muscle emoji, star, shooting star emoji, contact, impact emoji, shooting star emoji, very humble trader, heart emoji, most interesting, exciting, and popular trader on Ninja Trader,
Mm.
heart emoji, smiley face emoji, heart emoji.
Well, you're wrong about that. You're wrong about a couple of those things. Not really interesting.
With that many emojis, it's not wrong. Well, Steve right on there says Reginald is a liar.
That makes sense. Steve's just got beef with
Yes,
emojis. This is
Reginald
Steve's
for
problem.
sure wrote killer love letters in middle school. You should sell that as a service. Like he'll write you a love letter that you can give out like a gram. All right.
I think we get a little lower than this.
Yeah, Hans, the GPHG stuff, it's always super crazy, but it's not always super expensive, which is the cool stuff. I mean, watches don't. I think if you're only looking at expensive stuff, you're just trying to flex it, which is hey, your game is your game. All right. We got a text to speech from Dr. Steve.
Okay.
Heart emoji, poop emoji. XYZ is the handsomest gambler on this side of the Mississippi. Poop emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji, skull emoji, skull emoji, skull emoji.
Actually, XY, we can split that title since we're both on opposite sides of the Mississippi River. If you'd like, we can share that.
No, holesies, no halvesies. It's just my game. We've got another one from Reginald. Smiley face, no, sir. Stowe, 100. Muscle, 100. Really
Muscle.
love this dude's energy.
Muscle.
And shooting star, shining star, shooting star. Positivity, shining star. Twinkle, twinkle, shining star. He's great even when times get rough. 100. Flames, heart.
Oh man, I like this bit. This is like those puzzles that are on the inside of beer caps.
I think
It's
this
just like a bee.
I think this is like the your aunt or your uncle or your grandparents on Facebook like posting stuff.
Ah, my stop sucks. I don't like it. I don't like where I'm at. I should have waited. Should have gone in here with this buyer. But it felt like
Well,
more of a
yeah,
knife.
now ES's print's a little more exhaustive,
Yeah.
cleaner. It's algo time, so
Is it even
yeah,
worse?
algo time, but it's not the double or nothing algo. I think Reginald might be 11.
That's cool. That's fine.
Bedtime stories with XYZ on painting the tape? Maybe, maybe. We'll have Reginald ghostwrite.
Oh man. I read the most Yeah, it's gonna hit this 29. Come on. Can it
Fictional
save me?
cracks me up.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
Okay, Kane. It's gonna take me out.
Oh, Nick says, I told you guys this is, yeah. See, Nick, careful, man. They're gonna cut off your internet. I'm gonna be
Ah,
gone
they
for
got
2
me.
weeks. We need you. We need you ready to stream.
I read the most emotional children's book I've ever read in my entire life the other night. It's called The Mountain Who Loved a Bird. If
That sounds
my
sad already.
dude, I was like, do they have a license for how sad this is? It was insane. It was insane.
I really hate that stuff. I really hate that kind of stuff because it makes me really sad. There's this one movie. It's about a real life event where some kids in Thailand got stuck in a cave, right?
Okay.
And they sent out a team of divers. It was like their version of special ops divers, this and this. And my friend's telling me it's a really good movie. I'm like, okay, cool. And then he's like, yeah, well, I don't know. I don't want to spoil anything, but they saved the kids, but one of the divers didn't make it out. I was like, I'm not watching that. I'm definitely not watching that. It's gonna make me
Yep.
sad forever, and I'm
Yep.
gonna no, no.
Anyway, good job, you guys.
Thank you, Jim.
As usual. I tried to figure out the 4-day gap thing.
Yeah.
I cheated though. You know what I did? I went to ChatGPT and asked, or GPT or whatever it is. And you know what its answer was?
Hmm.
I don't have that data, but here's a Ninja script you could use to put into your Ninja platform.
Okay, okay.
Could you believe that?
That tracks. That tracks.
Interesting.
So it knows you well. How many Ninja Trader questions are you asking this thing?
It's been primed up. It's programmed. It's it's
Like,
been
who's
tailor-made.
going to be on the show tomorrow? And then chat tells me, and I tell everybody.
Perfect.
Oh man. So speaking of tomorrow, though, we have a big day tomorrow, FOMC day, right? We have special guest Joseph Wang, who is the Fed guy on X. Farm
cool.
for Tape Talk. Trading the Open is going to be Kane and Leo together to start, and then midday markets is Stowe. Welcome back tomorrow, Stowe.
Thank you.
And then we're going to start early again. Second time in 1 week, we're starting early. We're going to have a special pre-FOMC panel tomorrow at 1:45. 1:45, quarter to 2 East Coast time. And are you guys sitting down? It's me, Shy, Craig Shapiro, and Stowe.
Whoa.
Did you know that, Stowe?
I did not.
You're on at 1:45 tomorrow.
All right, cool. It sounds great.
So just found out he's got work.
I
We're going
might
to
have a
talk
text
about
message
we're going to
floating
talk about FOMC. Then at 2 o'clock, the announcement comes out, and if you see a trade, you make it. If you don't, you don't have to.
Cool.
We'll
Sounds
just talk
good.
macro stuff. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. And then after that, 2:30, we have who do we have? We have Nick and XYZ. So both of you guys are working tomorrow.
Nice. Okay. This is
We're
good.
working. All
I
of
like
us.
this.
So if this game goes in overtime tonight, I don't care. You got to wake up and work.
That's fine. That's fine.
Well, being a sports fan on the West Coast is way easier than the East.
Yeah, you're true. True that. True that. Anyway, so big day tomorrow, folks.
Cool.
Thanks for the thumbs up, everybody. Not too late. These two guys were working hard today. Thumbs up and the subscriptions we greatly, greatly appreciate. And spread the love on social. All of us are on social media. And if you haven't followed these guys on X, they're definitely worth a follow for sure. So
I need more followers, guys. Please tell everybody.
I
Well,
could
I
use
mean,
a couple
it's-
less, so stop plugging me, Jim.
It's a great combination, of tech, of really good trading related content and sense of humor stuff. Goofy shit. I'll put it that way.
Try to entertain you guys while the market's doing nothing. We try our best.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but anyway, I thank you everybody for tuning in to Ninja Trader Live. It has been spectacular. We're going to hit it hard tomorrow, 8 a.m. early start. Hopefully we will see you there. In the meantime, please, most important message of the day, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. See you soon.
Thanks, chat.
Peace, chat.